Good evening. Welcome to the Pritchard pub.
Jesus Christ, man. My head fucking hurts, everyone. So, we have a very special first-time guest tonight.
Mr.
Zonny Silverhand. Burr, 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 burr.
Oh, yeah, no, those are terrible glare. Okay, yeah, I won't
I didn't know Hold on. We usually mute it on this, so I'm like waiting for you to unmute it, and then so you started talking, and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
You can hear me, though?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Oh, shit. How's it going?
Well, it's spring, so for my neck of the woods here in Alabama, that means it's extremely humid. It didn't rain today. It should be Wednesday, but I managed to get kind of a lot of my coursework and then my watering done, because this is prime growing time. I did post a couple of stuff on Twitter there about some of the stuff we've got growing, one of which was the muscadine vine. So that arbor is like about 9 feet long.
Nice.
Once we get it up on the arbor, we should be able to get actual production off of it, since it's about as thick as my wrist around my waist.
Wow.
Down there at the base. So I would say, we should be able to get maybe 20 gallons, 30 gallons off of it once the vent blend is done, depending on that. It really also depends on how many pears we get, because the hard pears that we have out here, they do really well in making a wine with a fizz to it.
Interesting. That's
I
awesome.
That's really good. It sounds good.
Sounds really delicious right now.
We saw a couple mosquitoes today.
Yeah, we saw the first mosquitoes.
Oh yeah, the first mosquitoes for y'all, huh?
Yeah.
I've been covered up in mosquitoes since
That's our state bird.
End of February.
Yeah,
it's our state bird, but we're also pretty far up north.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the upside to cold.
Is you don't have to deal with the bugs as much. If my blood was thick enough for it and could retain enough of its heat to not betray me, I would consider colder climates. But the time that I went to Colorado and we drove through, like when we were driving through there, we ended up driving through like 3 snowstorms. One when we got there, and a couple on our way through and out, and everybody was like, "Oh yeah, it snows like 8 months out of the year here."
Yeah.
How do you people not die?
Oh yeah, with the roads.
Cold in your bones. I mean, my roads had no problems. Like I drove through all that stuff. The salt trucks were good, and that's mainly because we were in the Denver surrounding areas like Golden, Boulder, and stuff like that. So we didn't go like mountain pass until we had a friend with a truck and snowmobile to actually do a little bit of that. So it was a lot of fun.
Well, it's like why do you think everybody in these areas are so nice? It's like I might not see you next year, buddy. Have a good one.
Just in case the Wendigos don't go fucking deal.
Right.
That's why we're such assholes, because it's fucking
that too.
cold,
Yeah,
man.
you get a bunch of assholes.
Yeah.
No, but one thing we have is like the Midwest goodbye. And I don't know if they have it in other states, not that I've experienced, but like you'll literally be talking to someone on your way out and you're like inching your way to the door, getting ready, and like holding onto the door handle for the longest time. It's like, God, I just want to leave.
Yeah, no, I've seen that. Now, I've seen that down here. Now, generally, you'll get it because the other person will be walking you out. So there is like a time limit on it, because you are supposed to escort your guests to the door.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I guess we do that here, too. We just talk the whole time.
Yeah. It's kind of expected, but, I've seen, I don't know if they have it the way, way out where, if you're where y'all are, but down here, there's a phenomenon where you will see 2 trucks parked crossways, and the 2 old people, and usually older people, will be talking to each other sitting on the road. You just kind of wait that conversation out, but
oh yeah, unlike our residential that'll happen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
For
I
sure.
live way rural, so
Yeah.
the only person that I know down here lives really further out than me is my friend Sammy, and he lives in what I call Hobbiton or Bag End because it's all the way across 2 towns and then up Knockaloo Mountain.
Yeah.
Uh,
That's awesome. Though.
when he's
buddy.
in town, because he did midget wrestling for a little while.
I'm gonna have to go check on the baby.
That's okay. I understand that.
That hurts, like right where I smashed my fucking head is where my.
You go have a goose egg for a couple of days, but it's good that it's you got checked out, but you have you a good one for a couple of days.
Yeah. She we were very happy to see that, no issues with her brain and stuff like that after the head injury.
Yeah, the only other serious concussion like that I've had, my old man clocked me for that one.
Oh yeah,
so
causing it.
Yeah, no, he gave me a butt stroke with his SKS. It was a 67 model Russian import, and it was during one of his episodes that he was messing around with the rifle pointing at me, screaming and shit, that he came down across my head and knocked me down and out for a little bit. That's not the only time I've ever really been knocked out. And I've done, combat. I've done SCA, heavy stuff, and fencing, and I've done other combat sports. But that's the only time I've ever really been knocked out by somebody else.
Well, that would do it. That would do it too, for sure. I don't know if I've ever been knocked out, but I have blacked out and like fallen, onto the pavement. So I can kind of imagine.
I mean,
I fainted.
Oh damn! I mean, if I've seen is either usually either blood sugar or I've seen altitude sickness too.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we got to Colorado, there were a couple of people that were on that trail that just because they had been either somewhere down like where I live or further south like Florida where you're really close to the sea level, or like Louisiana where you're underwater, and you go to somewhere like Colorado and you start running around, you need to give yourself time to adjust, because altitude sickness will make you black out because you're not used to breathing that much to get oxygen, the same amount of oxygen to your brain.
Oh, for sure. And that's so fascinating. Like, it really just captures my imagination. So there's altitude sickness.
Yep.
Oh. Yes, Daniel P. Riley. I am well, thank you. I'm feeling better. Thank you for checking in. It's very fatherly of you. I appreciate you. Please enjoy the conversation. It's about to get good because I'm about to ask him about conspiracy theories.
Okay.
But first I'm gonna talk about this. Altitude sickness with like you said, what did you say? White blood cell count? Is that what you mentioned?
It is your oxygen level. So
that's
your
right.
O2 level will drop because especially if you've never been to somewhere of higher elevation.
Yes.
And say you go from, Louisiana to Colorado to the Rockies, and you start going up into the mountains and, you're skiing and all that. And you are up there, not just Denver, give up city, but like Aspen, somewhere nestled, big time.
Yeah.
You're gonna have an O2 level drop in your red blood cells, and then
right. And that's kind of what I was getting at. Is I think the white blood cells are what carry. No, the white blood cells are what.
That's your immune response.
That's your immune response. That's right.
Your red blood cells carry your oxygen. Now, if you have an iron deficiency, if you're anemic, technically altitude sickness can cause temporary anemia in some folks. If you already have anemia, it can make it sometimes worse. The other part is that if you haven't had that much. If your O2 level drops, you'll pass out like how those people passed out when they had COVID.
Right.
Because
and I guess the whole thing I was trying to get at, I was just confusing my white blood cells and my red blood cells. Yeah.
No, what do I love?
What?
What do I love?
What do you love?
You kept talking about me saying I love something.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember.
It was just like
I can't be responsible for things I've said less than 11 minutes ago.
Okay, whatever then.
It just restarts in my brain. I'm like a squirrel. But essentially, what I was getting at is the people who live in mountains, their red blood cells are different than people who don't live in mountains. They have a higher capacity to, shall we say, they have like survivalist red blood cells, if you want to call them that are just like really gritty and grinding away what little oxygen it has.
You would have a higher iron content.
Right.
You would need a higher iron content.
And there's a bunch of stuff with that too. And it's actually really fascinating because like when they first found places like what's Machu Picchu and other mountainous just wonders, essentially.
Right.
Like the original people couldn't really go up and like they couldn't really sack it. They couldn't really, set up shop there because that's like kind of what you do. You take a fortress and you can like build on top of it. You build on top of what's there already. It just makes sense, right? But like the conquistadors, and they couldn't breathe. Like they got sick. They couldn't like get up there to actually do that.
We're not used to it, and especially if you are, at that era of Spain, your average height's going to be somewhere around probably like 5'8", 5'9". Some of your conquistador noble, hidalgos may have been taller, and then especially you're a mounted man on a horse.
Yeah.
It's not like you're not barrel chested enough to pump that much air in and out to be able to do that. So you would had them settle in a lot of your lower landed areas of that in order they rebuild on the old pagan sites. Like you'll see a lot in Europe where you're used to that kind of elevation, or you still have mountainous regions like the Alps and whatnot. But the elevation and how steep it is, essentially, where Machu Picchu was for the Incan areas, especially there.
Fascinating.
Not conducive to much, but this is part of why, like llamas and goats and things were pack animal transports, because that kind of beast can easily climb those angles. So as far as like conspiracy theories and woo, so like you can ask me, I've researched a lot of them. I've heard a lot of other stuff that I've asked other people about. I've got the series on my channel, Real Martin Writes, on YouTube, as well as Rumble. There was a episode I did with Corda J, where I asked him about his stuff about Lost, like how he solved Lost and a couple other things.
Sick.
Yeah, and it was a really interesting talk. When he talked about it, I don't know if I buy the woo 100% on that, but at the very least, as far as his analysis of Lost, it makes sense. But I don't know about the rest of it, about Lost being any deeper than the way that the muses speak. Simply because my theory of it is that art comes from them. It's a divine inspiration, and when they give you something, if you don't take it, they will shop it to someone else who will get that fever and try to write that same thing.
I see. Like, are you not the show Lost?
Yes, the show Lost.
Yes, the show Lost.
The show Lost was what we're talking about for that episode where I talked to him. And when I talked to him about it and his solution for it, it makes sense as far as it being a spiritual show, but I don't know if it means anything in the real world versus, outside of what I say, the muse.
Yes. And I could see that. And I love getting down with subjects like this. I could go all in on like Game of Thrones, for example. Not the show, the books. Specifically.
Okay. Now,
the show by proxy gets a little extra. But
I haven't read the books. I have
what's going on, buddy?
I have I've watched the show. I've read into some of the book lore. My analysis of GRRM is that he is the crumbly guy trying to argue with Tolkien, who ended
A
up
little bit.
writing a hero that as far as my analysis of it was like, you should have had Jon and Daenerys kind of restore the Targaryen dynasty at least, and then possibly pass the crown on to somebody else or split the kingdoms up again.
Right,
which that
right.
breaks the wheel because they're
It
no
does.
longer fighting over each other. It's like, okay, you're king, you're king, you're king.
And the Targaryens are over here.
Yeah, because she already has Essos back. So all she has to do is distribute what is in Westeros, have Jon rule from King's Landing.
You make a good point with that, because
he is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen. It is his by right, and not only that, he's the greatest swordsman in the world.
He's a bastard. At that time. He's a bastard, which doesn't really matter too much. He's
not technically a bastard. He is legitimate son because he was married, and Elia Martell.
Bastard Stark. I meant his claim over the North.
Yeah, I mean, he would.
He's still not a bastard. Never mind.
Yeah, as I say, Jon's not a bastard.
I have to do some stuff for work, so just keep doing your thing.
Okay, she's gonna do some work stuff over here.
I understand.
Yeah. So, yeah, you make a good point, and she could totally take her and Jon, the Targaryen dynasty, and then go rule Essos, where she's already effed a lot of shit up over there, but. It's for a good cause in abolishing slavery and stuff like that. So, which makes sense.
Civilizing Essos.
Yeah.
As they were supposed to have been.
And she's a Dothraki royalty. So I mean,
she already has all of them. And if you get them with their battle experience from the Winter War, there's no stopping that Mongolian horde.
Wow, that would be a really crazy plot twist, wouldn't it? As if she after, because they leave it off with the city's about to be attacked.
Yeah, that's I told people, it's like, as soon as they started doing Game of Thrones season 5, it's like, you were gonna hate this. You were gonna hate this so bad. I hate that I'm calling it for you, but these guys are not good as far as showrunners go.
Oh, for real.
We got cheated out of the Clegane Bowl of what it could have been. We got fucked over as far as Daenerys and her heroic arc, and that fucked Emilia Clarke's. You could see that with her in interviews later on after that.
She hated it. Yeah,
it's you had to do it that way because they wanted to try and clear out of that contract as quick as they could to try and get in on what they could have gotten from Disney, and then they couldn't beat The Mandalorian as far as the pre-shop. If you look at it in some of the movie forums, and a lot of that talk was talking about when when Dumb and Dumber D&D were trying to move off from Game of Thrones, they were courting Disney, saying, we'll do something Old Republic about the Sith, and touted their success with the edgy Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Disney. It's Star Wars, but this is Disney Star Wars now. It's Mouse Wars. It's not the same. You can't get away with that.
Right. It's not.
And then Mandalorian came out, and that was that was shopped better. Mm-hmm. Like I was saying, the muses will shop something to multiple people. This is where you'll see artistic concepts and different story beats independently arise.
And you're talking about real world the muses.
The muses, yes, as in the goddesses.
Yes.
Because they would reach out, and this is where your inspiration comes from, in that back of your mind kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Or for just, for lack of any other term, the muses, God, the universe, the Akashic record, whatever anybody wants to label it as,
I have particulars, so I'm a little less eclectic. Well, I'm eclectic, but a little less what you would call ecumenical. But I understand the ecumenical position that you're taking. If that makes sense.
Just a universal, the universally, everybody has some sort of word for it. I think, unless you're straight up against
Well, I mean, as far as personally, is the way I believe, it's kind of like a two-tiered thing, because you can't the concept of Buddha nature and other things, like, so if I were to give myself like a full-on like diagnostic label, I am a Roman pagan with a philosophical inclination to Buddhism. Technically, I am ordained. So,
and it's good to like, it's good to self-identify, you know, well, like not self-identify, sorry, but like to be self-aware, to put thought into this.
yeah,
Putting thought into the subject is actually very important. As we're all seeing with society right now, because I don't know if you realize this, but like there actually are a lot of predominant atheists that are like, they're famous, right? And they're coming forward recently, and they're talking about how they are cultural Christian.
Yeah, you're talking about Richard Dawkins talking about that, and it's like, yeah, he's running up
they understand
they're running up on some hard truths that you can't just explain with a materialist worldview, and allowing people to come to that conclusion, that's it gives him a way to connect to it that doesn't pre-conclude a scientific sensibility, just because because I mean, I'm not going to tell you that that your technology doesn't really work, and I don't buy flat earth at all. No. Everything we see is round, thus we should also be round. We look at moon round, sun round, Betelgeuse round, Jupiter round, Saturn round.
Yeah.
Why we not round?
Shout outs to Herman P. Hunter and Eric Wag and Bad Sauce. Beep beep. Beep beep, motherfucker. But yeah, everything is round. So, and then even when you look at the flat earth map, I call it the flat earth world map. It's like the lore to the I don't know, it's like the lore to it, like it comes with the fantasy map. And when you look at that, so it's round looking down because it has that ice wall around it, and that's what they'll say. But then when you turn that map on its side, it actually creates a globe, because what you have is the firmament and the water's above, right? So the firmament creates that concave shape on top, and then it actually has a round shape on the bottom, because you have like the pillars of the earth and like
what's on the underside of the bowl.
So it's not very flat, is it? So it's just funny thinking about that, and that's some story fuel if I've ever heard it.
Yeah, I've also seen some really cool ones where it's like, this is the crater, where you turn it up and it's a crater on, and there are several cutouts in the ice where there are several Earths all going on, and the only way you can find another one is to cross the ice wall.
More story fuel, man. Yeah, there's like 17 other continents, lost continents beyond the ice wall. Yeah. And I mean, like, when you think of it that way, where we're just a crater in the ice, you could actually have like a mega Earth.
Yeah, right? A lot larger of a planet than you would have originally thought.
Fascinating.
Now,
oh my goodness.
Again, you can technically, you could, if you wouldn't get shot down, take off from like the middle of Kansas and then just fly straight across, and then eventually cross the Pacific Ocean. That's what I'm saying. It's like, you can do the flight. It has been done before.
So that's kind of debunked.
Yeah. Same thing with the sail method. You're telling me Magellan? You're telling me Magellan and his crew made up lied about their route and just sailed around the edge of the ice wall and somehow on through the southern route, because it's you had to once you get around the Strait of Magellan and you're hooking up, you pass the Galapagos, you get up into the Fiji, South Samoa, and all that area in the South Pacific, and then you can take the trade wind routes to New Zealand and Australia. Then you have to go up through Indonesia and all that, but it's all through the South, and they didn't portage a single time and just went. So
Yeah, it
855. Come on now, I don't buy that woo. Now there's been some really like spooky stuff I've seen about like Hollow Earth, or what I would call
That's
Deep
cool.
Earth, saying
Yeah.
that the crust is thicker than they say it is, and we have deeper underground stuff.
I'm actually going to add this to my story seeds because it's that you actually blew my mind with the crater thing. I listened to a lot of crazies talk about flat Earth on TikTok when we're looking through videos, and that crater thing, when you combine that with Hollow Earth, you got some juicy stuff going on there, because now you can connect all the craters through the Hollow Earth, and it's huge.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's your Underdark, and then you can literally take Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Edition and do the entire thing on a hex grid.
And on top of that, you could still have a firmament with waters above, because guess what? Guess who lives in the waters above? Lovecraftian gods.
Yeah, terrible, unknowable things you don't want here.
Tentacles reaching down into the firmament at some point historically. I don't know, when you start getting out of line, you silly mortals, or knowing too much. I don't know.
Crazy cultists that
try to the waters above,
trying to mimic what they see up there down here, as above, so below.
Dude, so crazy. No, so yeah, story fuel is all I'm saying. Yeah.
I've got a few of them. So if so you got your Hollow Earth Agartha stuff. Now there's also a really good one that I buy more into, that I think that there's something more there. There's a set of videos by a man named Carl Monk. It was recorded back in the 90s, called The Code, where he talks about this discipline of geomathematics and how all of these large ancient structures were based around certain constants in math, and because they're expressed this way, these would have been the constants that they used. And like his last video before he died of cancer, coincidentally, talked about the pyramids on the 5-sided pyramid on Mars and its estimated dimensions from the Voyager probes being similar to 5 times the Great Pyramid of Giza.
That stuff's fascinating. I love that stuff. Like,
yeah,
a lot of people don't even know that the Pyramid of Giza is actually 5 sides or whatever.
It's 8-sided. Do you have an 8-sided star? Because now there was a really interesting guy that I saw on Twitter. I started following him. I'm looking more into the theory just to see if I buy into the woo, but it's a really interesting concept. The natron theory, that the pyramid blocks weren't hauled, with how the modern Egyptologists will tell you is like logs and these very, very basic primitive tools. And this guy's saying that they melted this stone down with natron and carried it in a sand, like powder liquid form, essentially in buckets, from your quarry site, loaded that onto barges, shipped it to Giza down the Nile, and then re-poured it into molds. And it's like, well, I mean, at that point, you can put the block exactly where you want it, frame it up in boards, and your logistics are way easier, because then you just build it, and then your only quarried, hand delivered big parts are your facing stones, which are just thin strips, not big giant megalithic blocks like you see in the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber.
And that would fall in line with because the first people, okay, first of all, nobody really knows how they were built because it's not written down anywhere, really.
Oh yeah.
So all you have is like they try to vaguely link it to a cartouche that they found on the Sphinx near the Great Pyramid or something like that. That they claim, okay, because this name is written here, this had to have been a dude.
That would have been Khufu's pyramid. It's if you look at I've seen Graham Hancock's theory that it was built a lot earlier.
I think they found it. Yeah. And personally, I think they found it because when you go further back, like the locals there that's what they say. Like they like mainstream is like, okay, slaves used copper and stone tools and lugged it with logs and carried these enormous bricks So it's
giant carved bricks across the desert, or they floated them down.
Right.
And it's like, you're not floating that down. But if it's buckets of mix,
if the earliest locals who have the story passed down through their like grandparents and stuff talk about how they brought it through the river, then your way, what that you're saying, actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, nature and theory guy.
To tell you something.
Okay, what's up?
Hold on. Can you mute it?
Oh yeah, I can mute it.
Okay, just give me a sec. This is about my benefits, so I need to.
A minute here. If you want, just keep going on about like because I'll be listening.
Yeah.
I'll have
It's gonna take like 2 seconds.
Okay.
He'll talk.
But yeah, just keep talking about Mars.
Yeah. So essentially, how they were talking to nature and theory, it's like they chemically changed the limestone, rendered it down into a powder mixed with this natron chemical, and then poured that into the mold on site. And then once you flood it with water, it becomes a limestone block. And since you can do that fitted right next to each other, stone by stone, you can also see this possibly being a way that some of the other megalithic structures were created because they have these impossibly cut stones. And I've seen some theories where they're like, did they have sound lasers, or essentially a sound powered laser? And then there's that coral castle in Florida that guy built that he wouldn't let anybody see how he built them. That's one you can look up as far as structures that were built with strange materials or in strange ways. And from what people have said, like all he had was like a tube and some other stuff to like amplify sound, and he was whistling at them and lifting the blocks. But that was just a couple of people who say that they saw him doing that. For the most part, like, he would never admit to how he did it and tried to keep anyone from seeing. You may have to look it up or pull it up. I might be able to pull it up in a separate tab. Hold on. Coral Castle. Yeah.
And I'm back. Yeah, that.
Yeah, the Coral Castle. Okay, yeah, that is.
The Coral Castle's fascinating.
But,
are you talking about in Florida?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So I think that's why Files covered that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he made that all himself, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And from what the reports say, that I've read up into it, is that he used sound to move the blocks.
Right. That's what they say. Yeah. I'll pull up a picture.
Oh.
But yeah, how would he do it? Okay, I shouldn't say how would he do it otherwise, but.
I mean, otherwise, like, you could, you could move it with the cranes and stuff, but no, he never brought any of those out there. Those were never recorded being brought out to the site when it was constructed.
And if he did, it would have to be in the dead of night with no lights on because people were watching, stuff like that.
Yep.
Trying to find a good picture here. But yeah, this is still standing to this day, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they've got the Coral Castle Museum.
That's a pretty good image.
And like, there's all kinds of little planetary sculptures, and then the castle, kind of keep itself.
Yeah,
with those giant coral blocks.
I was always interested in how, if anybody could that's why I gravitated towards your explanation of moving the bricks downstream or whatever, because I gravitate towards any sort of explanation for this stuff, because at the end of the day, I just want to understand and learn, and just, even if it's woo woo, I'm gonna listen.
You wanted to give it at least so that way you have a why to try and put with it, but otherwise it's just this weird thing that's here.
Because the dots I connected when you told me about it, of the ancient first locals of Egypt talking about, maybe that's where some of the early Christian archaeologists got the information of they moved it down river or whatever.
Yeah,
and then that's where you get that's where you get the art that comes from that shows like the big block on the canoe, and it doesn't make sense.
It wouldn't make sense out of that, but if you think about it, that big wooden block would have been, essentially almost like a barge, like a tub, or a dumpster full of this sand natron, this limestone mix with the natron as it's been dissolved, and then you pour that into whatever you want and solidify it. And especially if they had some kind of sound or acoustic method to do that, because I've seen that with polymeric sand.
Right. It's actually pretty fascinating with sand. You can get it to act like water through liquidization or liquefaction. I think one of those two. Fluidization. It has a lot of words. There's so many words for it because that's how freaking legit it is. Like, what if they did something like that? Because the Baghdad battery is a thing. Maybe they did some sort of large scale thing with a bunch of electrolytes and copper wiring and insulated jars, and we're able to somehow run a current through some high silicon quartzite sand that's very piezoelectric and run like a nice vibration through there, and then you can literally just float these bricks right through it. Just like two dudes pushing it along, and then
it's just going to slide right on. And if you're looking at some of the other stuff, there's a guy that I've watched on YouTube where he goes to a lot of the old temples in India, and they had inspected one of the fountains, and there was like a layer of silver in the bottom, copper coiling, and then a gold layer at the top. And they would pour water into this. And so if you're looking at especially water, being groundwater for the most part, you're going to get it from a well in these days. So
there's underground rivers underneath the pyramids too, by the way.
So I haven't
heard
that one.
What, really? No, that's a fact. That's why Tesla was studying it so much. Because
I mean that would make sense because your aquifer's got to do something, and if you've got limestone on top, you might have limestone down there below, and that's kind of the same thing that we've got here, going from, I would say, the Great Lakes on south down the Mississippi and Tennessee river valley, and then like that's how we get all of our groundwater is through that aquifer, that big giant limestone chunk,
And what do you think is all through this South America where all those pyramids are? Like, this seems to be just something they did. They like placed them up near places where there's underground water. Because when you go over there, there's the cenotes in South America. Basically the same idea.
I've some woo that'll really blow you on that one. You have the Younger Dryas impact theory, if you've heard that one, where they've got the
Big
comet.
fan.
Yeah, but they got the comet, and it's like, so you got a lot of these places like the cenote and other things where it looks like you could have had either meteor impact or at least isostatic changes that cause these half moon and perfect circle indentations and breaks into the karst. You see similar things in Tibet, because the Tibetan plateau, if you look at it on Google Earth, you have this dotted landscape of karst lakes.
And when you look into it, it's really not far-fetched, bro, because like the Earth passes through the Taurid meteor stream on a cycle. So all we do is we just get pelted by debris from meteors every now and then, and our ancestors knew it.
Yeah, and how many of those impacts, you could have a whole lot of them. Now, when you look at there are a few others like that, and then like the Younger Dryas has been compared to like the Tunguska event that flattened all that whole huge area, because essentially that meteor airburst. So the theory goes, and then that fits with it, because it'd be the same as like an airburst bomb, but there's nobody of us aiming that down here.
Yeah, for real.
At least hopefully, because if they start dropping satellite rods from gods on fuckers, like there ain't no stopping the escalation.
Are you talking about like the Brotherhood of Nod? No. Is it the Brotherhood of Nod always used nukes in Command and
they
Conquer.
always use. You're talking about Laser USA, Thor shot.
The Finger of God, the laser, the ion cannon. That's what it is. An ion cannon. Which is HARP. They have a real life ion cannon in real life, just attached to the ground. Like, what the hell? Like, when I found that out as an adult,
it's like, the weather weapon, woo. Oh god, that's terrible. And then it's like, because I was, bragging because like El Nino years are great for us irrigation wise, and now we're going into La Nina for this summer. It's like, well, fuck you.
For real. Yeah, that's crazy though. Like, that's plausible. Why couldn't you just have like a?
Well, I mean, if you cause it the right kind of electromagnetic disturbance, you'll combine that with cloud seeding, and you've got the ability to make whatever you want.
Yep. And like, there's people who've even tried to. Have you heard about the death ray from who is it?
Nikola Tesla's death ray? Yes.
No, before Tesla, the original.
Oh.
The original death ray on the lighthouse of Alexandria.
Oh no! I didn't know there was a death ray on that.
Yeah, they say that they had a bunch of polished copper, all lined up at once, all along the lighthouse, and they were able to have a bunch of people focus it at the same time on one ship at a time, and they could like.
Oh, you're talking about setting shit on fire? No, that
Yeah, basically.
I mean, if you want to think about it as a death ray in that sense, because it could sink your ship and anything that's flammable on there, and that would count. So interesting about Alexandria, the city. So as far as like woo, and this being somewhat of a religious perspective as well, and coming from other things that I was taught by other people. Reincarnation being a thing, I've done several meditations or regressions to kind of like find what I can find in that record. And there was a period of a past life where I was stationed in Roman Alexandria as a part of its governing and occupying force.
Interesting. This stuff fascinates me.
Okay, so
you know what's really fascinating about this?
I'll go for the long story about this then.
When children talk about this, I just want to preface this for anybody who's like doubting. I mean, it's okay to be agnostic towards this, but it's just a fascinating.
Nobody buys every woo.
Fascinating thing, though. It's interesting to listen to. It's the same reason why I'm able to watch like Ancient Aliens without freaking just going nuts about aliens, because you just ignore the alien part and you realize it's a show about like cultures and stuff that you didn't even know was there because nobody talks about it.
Yeah, so, and it could be alien, it could be extra dimensional. Arthur C. Not Arthur C. Clarke. I think it was H.G. Wells who said any sufficiently advanced science cannot be differentiated from magic. Oh, it was Clarke.
It was Clarke. Okay. Yeah. And I ran away with that with my shit. But anyway, I just wanted to say, like, this is fascinating, and there is a little credence here because of children having moments of like past life remembrance. Like
this is how they find the Dalai Lama each time.
Yeah, there's little baby kids who can tell you the last city they lived in, who their wife was, how they died, stuff like that, and it's fascinating. So
this I've discovered this one when I was living in Kentucky, simply because I encountered one of the people that, or technically several of the people up there that I had encountered in my time in Rome. So the first, my friend Tyler up there, the first couple of times after I met him, we were hanging out, and I said, "Hey, Ty, do this." Now, what I say, do this. This is like you would take your glasses off. I told him, take your glasses off and do this. Isolate this frame. This square carries over across lifetimes. And if you recognize somebody from their eye frame alone, like that on first, couple of meetings, there's like a click almost. So when I did my meditations and went through the regression, he was the legatus, the leader of the legion that I was in. From the time that I had joined. In that past life, I was born in Syracuse.
Yeah.
Which would have been considered Magna Graecia, or essentially Sicily at that time. But
one of the best places to live in the world at that time, I believe. That's why everybody got over
your ritzy area was Illyricum, simply because that was where a lot of your patricians had retired to in the early conquest. But you also had, it was Syracuse. It was its own power during the Grecian days, and then after being absorbed into Rome, it still was, one of the naval places to get in and out of. So my parents being sailmakers and shipbuilders, you learn carpentry, and that can be applied in other ways. And on my first meeting with him, I tried to accost him for money, being a young, dumb, hot-blooded Sicilian in that era. And he completely trounced my ass and beat me with a vine rod. And I was told that if I wanted blood and glory, you could join the legions, but otherwise, because we were going to Gaul, and that was that period. And then
my people.
Yeah. So after the Gallic Wars, after Julius discharged his troops, the civil wars break out, and I was on the Caesarian side because I was not a patrician. And having fought through all of the length and breadth of Gaul, you kind of just follow the guy. That regression was really intense. It was a good 18 hours of just being stuck in my own head. And then
right now, dude.
So she's just having a little bit of, sorry about everybody listening. Fine. She's just having a little bit of life stress. But yeah, I told her that you're talking about past life.
I found out that my fucking, can you pull me up on the screen? I found out that my fucking new job, the cheapest for dental and medical put together for our family, the cheapest shit I can get for family plans is $1,100 every 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
Are you fucking over 11? It's like 11:30.
Ow.
What the fuck, dude? That is, I'd have $400 left every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to pay half of my rent.
I mean, for that kind of down here, generally jobs will give you Blue Cross. People get Anthem Blue Cross, and that's not that bad. But at the same time, I've never tried to buy a family plan, but I never bought medical insurance for myself. I get dental because that's, I do not want to suffer the mouth pain I have seen others suffer through.
Yeah, it's bad. It is bad.
But damn, that's rough, man. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, my mother-in-law told me to go on this fucking website for Obamacare plans, and I'm getting blown up. I've had 20 phone calls and 9 million text messages.
Yeah, they'll bug you until you pick one and sign up, and they're all expensive as hell.
Hello?
No.
Oh, sorry, do you know Catherine Pritchard?
No, they man.
They hung up. They hung up. They were not having that. They were not doing that.
A buddy of mine will answer his sheriff's department. Do you know who you want to speak with? And then if he's around me, I'll start screaming, and they're like, "Desk Sergeant said I get my phone call."
Oh my God, that's hilarious. I'll scream blood curdling top of my lungs, scream into the phone too, just so they blow out their eardrums. I love doing that.
Dom said savage. See, I pulled it up.
Yeah, I see it. So I was going off a little bit on when you were getting the telemarketer. So I was going off past life stuff. Essentially, I'll kind of catch you up to speed. So from Syracuse in essentially late Republican Rome, because I was a young man when I joined the legions, essentially just able to run off from home and go fight, and that was when Julius Caesar was recruiting for the Gallic campaigns. So this is like I'm just gonna kind of guesstimate, like that was like 30 some odd, 40 some odd BC.
Yeah.
And then going through that's what, essentially working my way up to Centurion when I essentially got out, and then came back in because, well, the civil wars are going on. And Julius is dead, and I'm fighting essentially on the Caesarian side, so for Augustus. And Tyler started out with Pompey until Pompey died, and then after after everything, and get it ending up on the same side, like shortly thereafter, then when Julius was murdered, things kind of went crazy, and then Augustus came into power, and then we conquered Egypt. Now that whole bit, tying up the Mark Antony, that whole thing, it was intense from that regression's memory, because the Princeps essentially lost his brother, father-in-law, and Cleopatra. Like that whole mess, which is why he just left us to kind of conquer, pacify, make this Roman. I'm going back to Rome to solidify my hold there, and then you have this the kickoff to the greatest era of Roman history, in my opinion. But I'm biased.
Of course, yeah.
We served in Egypt at that point until Lucius in that era became governor. He became the prefectus of Egypt. And at that point, being a centurion, it was like I was, it's like being captain of the guard, or you're kind of leading the police efforts of that city, and dealing with some of the other craziness that goes on in Rome and Egypt. But after we retired from that, like the regression went on past that to when I got to go back to Sicily, get my full retirement, and essentially finally muster out Lucius and his wife, who he rescued her from the Library of Alexandria. So in the Roman siege of Alexandria, the library burned down. Part of it did, anyway. And the actual historical record talks about how you have there was a fireboat that got cut loose, and it went across the bay and set that section of the harbor and the library on fire.
You think that was a conspiracy, Alexandria Library?
No, at that point, no.
Total accident?
It was a complete fuck up, because the situation was that we were besieging the city while also being besieged in the section of the city that we had taken by those who were still loyal to Mark Antony and Cleopatra. This was before they did their suicide pact.
Interesting.
So
just war took it out.
Yeah, so there was a fireboats being prepared that got cut. This is part of why one of the legions was decimated. And being a centurion, I had to hand out sticks based on who I was told to give sticks to.
Yeah.
Not one out of 10 don't get it.
Explain sticks. Explain the sticks thing.
Okay, so
everyone, hold on a sec.
Oh, yeah, Pot.
Everyone, plug your ears.
Oh.
Hello.
Okay, carry on. That's also savage and also excellent in the word. I'm just gonna start pulling up people's things just as my responses. Savage, excellent.
I hope they think someone got murdered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, essentially, when a legion gets decimated, when a decimation order is given, just to reduce the number by a 10th, that order is generally given whenever there's a serious fuck up, and you start passing out sticks, and every 10th man does not get a stick. Now, if you are smart about it, and you have to be, because I mean, the way it works is every man who has a stick finds every 9 men that have one, find the 10th that doesn't and beat him to death.
It's okay. Yeah.
Jeez.
I think I've heard that before. Then, yeah.
So,
beat him to death, huh?
Yeah,
Kill him.
You have to. That is.
There has to be high stakes. It's war. Like this. We're not fucking
so,
around.
And this is the Iron Age too.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at that, it's usually only given in times when the unit in question has dishonored itself, because that siege was not supposed to go that way. That thing, what we were trying to make sure that we controlled, was not supposed to get set on fire. So now, during that siege, I essentially followed Lucius, and our cohort went to start to try and put that out, because the library was on our side of what we had.
Yeah.
During that siege. So that is when he pulled one of the priestesses of the library out of the fire, and she kind of attached herself to him in a traveling souls kind of way, because when I met Tyler and Emma in Kentucky, I ended up performing their wedding, because after introducing to them, it's like, you do know that this is not the first time that you guys have met, right? And went on one of my crazy woo tangents when we had kind of started hanging out during the pandemic bit. So it was a really interesting, long regression. And then after they retired, we all got retired, and they moved to Illyricum. I was in Sicily. While Augustus was on his deathbed, before he got succeeded, there was an order given for a trade mission, and this is in the historical record, that because there's talk of a tribute train that was sent from Rome to China to try and map out the Silk Road.
That's interesting. Well, the Silk Road is its own fascinating thing. You're touching on a lot of really awesome points.
Dude! So that
really
part
awesome.
of that part of the that part of the regression was the longest part of it, actually. So like the flashes of the Gallic Wars and all of that, like that was part of it, but the longest part, I would say, 6, or I'd say the longest part of 8 of the 16 hours, would have been dedicated to the walk to China, because it was across from Judea, getting to Ctesiphon, and then leaving with enough to try and book it across Parthia before some of the outer tribes decided not to respect the road, and then getting from there to you go, the Silk Road essentially went across Parthia, Persia, that area, up the plateau into Tibet, and then across Tibet, and then down into that valley into Chang'an, which is in Chengdu province now, modern day. The return route is a little bit different, because you get on a boat going essentially in South China, going across there to India, and then from India across to Egyptus. And
I can't fucking deal with this shit.
So you get a lot of the spam calls.
Mm-hmm.
No, now I have to go deal with the laundry that our roommate keeps fucking moving, because every time I do laundry, her It's like every day, oh, my cat peed on something, so I had to take your wet shit out. Like, you can't fucking wait. I'm just so fucking annoyed.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just gonna wait. I don't even care. It can just sit on the floor. I'll have to rewash it anyway. I'm so fucking over it.
Yeah.
Did you do this in person, or was it like?
Well, so the way that this works,
a follow-up question too, also, because you are a writer, you're a pulp writer.
Yes.
Do you use it? This is the follow-up question. You can answer in whatever order. But like, do you also use these regressions to as inspiration?
Yes.
For some of your writing. Okay. Cool.
So on the follow-up, yes, I do. That is kind of what is inspiring some of the stuff that I'm writing for Cult of the Asp. You know, and as far as like where I did this is like I was living in Kentucky at the time, and it was, I would say, an entheogen assisted meditation that was 18 hours long.
Oh, wow.
So during that time, you know, I had the whole Roman regression. Others that I've done are more that I've had them in extended series of dreams. So the earliest one was when I was like 10. I had the jaguar dreams. These were, I had recently in school read a book about the Mayans and the Aztecs. And it like had like pictures of the folios or the codices that were preserved, that, you know, some that did get preserved by the early church in New Spain. You know, it's where we have a lot of the legends that we, you know, a lot of that stuff that was preserved there. And then I was essentially reading that, and then shortly after that, you know, you could say it might be kids' overactive imagination, but I was able to, like, I had a series of dreams where we had to run from the Aztecs coming in, and they're like, this tracks with a certain, like, I would say, like, it's almost like 600 some odd BC, when the Mayan collapse happened. I may be wrong on that as far as like the timeline.
Yeah.
But I remember looking into it later on, like after I'd gotten older and started remembering those dreams. But when I was a kid, like I told my mom about them, you know, and she started, you know, talking to some of her other people, and like we concluded that it might have been past life memories because how vivid they were. And where I was talking about on the map pointing were sites that were associated with that.
Interesting.
After that, you know, the next one in the timeline would have been that I've remembered so far as the Roman one. And it was during that one, of course, on the walk to China that, I mean, it's a sword thing, because in that lifetime, you know, it was, I had never lost a sword duel, and I fought a lot of people.
There's a lot of people like that too throughout history. That was a profession. Literally,
it was a thing. And if you didn't die on the battlefield and you died of old age, you kind of, you know, went, you know, 1-11-0.
There's monetary incentive to do that, to live a life like that, because what you essentially are is you're a mercenary, right? And your marketing campaign is these duels and the victories you've helped be a part of.
Yeah, and if you're also looking at the Silk Road era, being familiar with any of that, gives you, you know, that's in one of the eras where you could pick up a sword and go halfway across the world and seek your fortune. And, you know,
people need bodyguards. You need a bodyguard if you're trading.
And as the distance has evolved, you were carrying someone from one end to the other.
This is one of the furthest things from woo-woo when it comes to history, is the wandering swordsman, as you have in your bio, because it is from Japan all the way to the frozen seas of Denmark. It's just like, boom, this has always been a thing. Like even in Egypt with Mansa Musa, shout out to Mansa Musa. Can't wait till somebody actually makes that movie or TV show and does it good. That would be cool.
You're talking about somebody who capitalized on the Silk Road. The amount of
is that Mansa?
Mansa did capitalize on the Silk Road.
There you go.
He was one of the few Muslim rulers who kept it alive during that era before it completely died.
Yeah,
because of the incense trade out of Ethiopia. You have the dragon's blood trees and sandalwood, frankincense, all of these things that were, valued in, Buddhist temples in the East, emergent Christian religions in the West, and for, Egyptian, Roman, Greek, everybody kind of India, everybody's burning incense because it makes things not stink.
Yeah, and there's something spiritual about filling the air with vapor and smoke,
pleasant smell,
and it's from the other side of the world in God's kingdom, essentially, where all the plants.
Very exotic. Thing.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
As far as a value of an offering, it is a good thing. And of course, if you are, essentially the politician of the area, if you're a king, you want your areas to not smell because you're going to be entertaining other people from other nations that you need to impress. You need to impress upon them not only that you have wealth, but you can, decide to go to war with them at any time. You need to not mess with me or my subjects.
100%. And really quick, we'll pick up. So the Silk Road is just fascinating history, and everything around it.
Yeah. So my mom was a reenactment kind of nerd, so I did a lot of SCA style reenactment. And one of the festivals that we went to was a Silk Road festival where they did amazing. Dishes from like Parthian chicken. It's not the same exact way that Tasting History did it, but I imagine it would probably come with somewhat of the similar flavor because they used the same recipe from De Coconaria Epicius. And it's good. It's super good.
It sounds good, man. And I'm really hungry now. Like I've had 5 glasses of milk already. I'm just putting it back.
If it's getting you your constitution back, that's a good thing.
Feel great. But real quick, we're gonna take a quick minute to shout out our sponsor, and then we'll pick right back up to where you left off about never losing a duel. We'll pick right back up there because we could get lost on the Silk Road. Like I said, just endless awesome story potential. But I just wanted to excitedly play an ad for the first time. It's fun.
Anvil. Perfect. Nice. 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 It is now.
And we're back. Thank you.
That was awesome. I like that. I like that. That's hot.
It never gets old.
Sauce.
It never gets old.
So
yeah, you had never lost a duel.
I never lost. No. Caius Aquinius never lost a duel.
Hell yeah.
Now my cognomen, the full name, like your Roman name that you would, your tripartite name, it was mine was Caius Aquinius, being the house name, and Falcata being the specific sword that I used. Just because Syracuse being a trading town as it was, I did not have my own sword like a gladius. My father had a falcata that he had taken in the conquest of Iberia.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, the chat. Based ad.
Yeah, that was me.
We need, and we need your. Oh, that was you. And so yeah, is this your YouTube then?
Yes, that's my YouTube.
Okay, so everybody go check out Will Martin Writes. And also, boss, if you want to toss your YouTube link or any links I didn't catch, I can update it before the end of the show. Specifically, I mean, like your YouTube link. That's pretty good thing to have in there, so people can subscribe and stuff. But Bat says
I can sling you those.
And Bat says we need my sea legs for Iron Seas, which is tomorrow evening around the same time, 8:30 Central.
Okay.
So hope everybody shows up. That'll be cool. But yeah, continue. Sorry.
So the falcata is an Iberian sword. It's a curved sword. It's almost like if you looked at a bigger kukri.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love kukris. That's I'll show you mine if I have it nearby. Where do I have that?
Yeah, no. If it was handy, I was like, grab that because it's a thing that has followed me through all of the lifetimes that I've had. Is that this sword?
I will grab that then. Just keep talking though, because it'll just be really quick.
So the falcata, if you look at the sword, it's a kind of like that kukri leaf blade style, and it goes around shields. You don't really thrust that well with that weapon, but it was one of those things that because I had come in on my own and because I came in with a trade, you get kind of the ability to carry more with your kit if you have it. Just add, and this is an heirloom sword that I was given in order to go off. And I carried that motherfucker with me across all of Parthia to China, and a couple of times, you get the baggage, the tribute train accosted, and in those days, it's one of the things that you can do is like, okay, send your best guy out here, and I will take his arm off, and you will let us pass.
Mm-hmm. So. You can keep talking, but yeah. I'll.
So so if you're looking at a kukri, extend that kind of blade and give it a little bit thinner in the kind of push the leaf towards the end, and you have a little bit thicker on the backside towards the hilt, and a lot of your falcata blades had a crane stylized or a curved stylized handle to where it would curve around the back end. And if you throw a hook shot, coming out like that, I can take that leaf blade and tag the back of your head. If you're not wearing a Roman style helmet, you're probably not as well armored there as I am.
Oh yeah. I too feel like a special connection to this specific kind of blade. I don't know what it is.
It might be one of those things you may have had to chop your way through a jungle before because there's nothing better. And given where I live down here, there is nothing better for the heavy vegetated environment.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I had never lost. It was one of the things when Augustus was leaving Egypt. How am I to govern this province? It's like you have 3 legions and you have the greatest sword in Rome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Able to.
Do you need anything else?
Parthians and shit, and then getting into the east and seeing more curved swords and the way that stuff would go down because you had people coming in from Japan into China, and some of the fucking people from the Indian subcontinent, the fucking Rajput whip sword.
That's crazy. The whip sword.
Yeah, the east is a completely crazy thing.
Yeah. That's intimidating though. You win a lot of battles just through intimidation alone.
Yeah, and if you can if you can get them to back down, and like it was true in the Bronze Age, it carried over somewhat in the Iron Age, especially if you're looking at the Silk Road, just because you're not wanting to die, because if all of you die, you're not making any more money at all.
Right.
But and that's why that depends on what side of it you're on. If you're a bandit leader, you're going to be trying to kill everybody there. But if you're just somebody else, like the local authority, I might be able to get us passage just through tagging one of your dudes and breaking his shoulder.
Oh, for real.
If not taking the arm, because that's one of your primary strikes with a falcata is shoulder strike, or again to try and clip that back of the neck.
Yeah, the nape. The nape. Very Attack on Titan.
Well, I mean, you can hit that. You could, depending on the helmet style, if it's you could. You could, one or two of those, you might be able to knock them down. I'm at the very least getting around your shield. If I don't like hook with the return strike, say you pull back and you block this with your shield, I'm going to try to use that leaf in the blade to hook behind your shield and pull it towards me. And then I'm taking my shield, which is a Scutum Tower shield, and putting it in your face and trying to push you down. So, if you can clear your way,
then it fucking works.
So after that was kind of I remember talking with Lucius, making a decision, and telling him I made a decision that if I die, after I die, I will reincarnate in the East. I would live again in the East, so that I could see more of how they did their sword work, because it was nothing like I'd ever seen before.
Yeah.
So the next set of regressions that I had were in Sengoku, Japan, and then after that, it was like almost like an aquatic life. I had a series of dreams that was I would only say it from maybe a sea turtle's perspective, and that's something like my mother had always called me when I was really, really young.
Yeah.
And then the next one in the timeline after that that I remember was a flash of World War I France. And in that incarnation, from what I remember, and it was a set of dreams that I had in high school, I was French Canadian and was part of the Canadian regiment that was sent to relieve the French line against the Germans, and they used gas. So that was Pashendali.
Yeah,
for
they did.
what I call. So it's one of those things. It's like where.
And then they were mad about our shotguns. Then they got all pissed off about our shotguns. They're like, "That's cheating." We're like,
"Fuck,
it's a shotgun.
Gas.
We shoot birds with this."
Like, I can't stand the smell of piss. I can't do ammonia. The chlorine, that kind of thing, because the chlorine gas tank was just what I remember. That set of dreams is this green wave. Completely quiet, everything, no guns going off, and then the guns start going off, and what they talk about, like the pounding, when the artillery and that at that scale, at World War I scale, and then talk about you doing your mad minute like your Aussie boys would do, or the Americans had it pretty well down with when they entered the war. But your British and Canadian forces practiced that as well with the Enfield rifle, being able to have 6 guys firing and racking bolts, and like you're all firing from the top of the trench, and you have to sustain fire for at least a full 60 seconds in order to be able to mimic what the Germans were doing with the machine guns nest. And then you started having more mechanized warfare after that. But I remember surviving that, and then like the other flash I had was sitting on the back of a truck at one of the MASH further back in towards Allied lines, and then dropping like a piece of paper, and then that was like the last part of that one, and it was a very short one. But there's been a few that I've gotten through meditations, and then there's the shorter ones were usually a series of dreams, to where I would have the same dream for a period of like 2 weeks, And that's how I knew it was not my normal subconscious, because I will never have the same dream for that long, especially after I managed to get away from my old man. Because
like one of the takeaways I'm gathering from these regressions is your lifetimes seem to draw you in towards like wartime conflicts or some sort of protector role. I mean, like the
generally
Silk Road.
that looks at that speaks to the star chart. If you look at the ascendant, my being a Taurus ascendant, that's yeah. I just was a little more rider crazy this time around, and not and just with the way that war is now, it doesn't need swordsmen. You might get maybe in a Fallout time, if it goes back to guns end up becoming scarce because industrial society is no more, then who knows? That's techno-barbarians though.
Well, bro, that's why swords are always viable. Swords are always viable. Okay, so let's just take The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
the world has ended.
Apocalypse.
Fallout even, right? Fallout even. There's not exactly like bullet factories, and it might just work out better to walk in and cleave up a bunch of the rad scorpions instead of, or rad roaches, do something less
to waste
scary.
Bullets.
Than to waste bullets.
Because be scarce, and it
might be better to just wing the home intruder with your homemade bullet, or like shotguns, doubling back to shotguns. I would always
that would be very useful. You could easily replicate shotguns with paper shells. Yeah, and then at that point you can finish them off, or like the coach gun.
One of the most efficient killing tools, I would say, would be a trench spike. It's designed to go through a helmet down the top. It's just a spike. That's all it is. It's like a railroad spike. That's all it is. But you just come down the top of the head.
Oh yeah.
But that also works under the ribs.
Same thing as a stiletto dagger. As far as a rapier dagger offhand, it's one of my favorite actual like reenactment styles that I do today. That or rapier cloak, just because that's asshole fighting.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like
you got to do it though.
If you're looking at Italian fencing, it's like it's Fonzie. It is what it is.
That's kind of like how the Romans would like deploy their legions in a lot of ways. Like look at what Hannibal, for example, did to the Romans at I think it was Cannae. At Cannae. What he purposely posted up in a specific spot so that the Romans would take we'll call it the bumpy terrain, because he knew that the Romans would favor they always were like mostly just like infantry, right?
A lot of heavy infantry. It fights better on flat land. Fighting uphill sucks.
Right, and if you fight on like a naked field, that favors Hannibal's cavalry. So when the Romans when the like just on paper it makes sense, right? It's just the meta. You're like, we have infantry, they have cavalry. We're going to post up on this the rocky terrain.
We want to make them ride up the hill or ride through the rough part, so that way they can't ride at us in a straight line, build up that momentum, and cavalry charge breaks infantry.
So what ended up happening when the Romans, because this legion was being piloted by two separate leaders. They were like co-leading. You have the up jump snot-nosed brat that everybody elected probably because they needed somebody who would get shit done, and then you had the veteran who was like the fatherly figure who will keep a clear head, right? So it was actually a pretty good pairing, and they didn't make the wrong choice. Like, that's what you do, is you bring the infantry there. But what ended up happening is, as soon as they committed, Hannibal basically just also committed. He went and posted up on the other side. So like your screen is the Romans, right? And your head's the legion, and then like over on this side, right, like right up here, Hannibal comes in and just like posts up. You know what I mean? Like right here, and essentially what he did is he had his elite guard fall back behind the line and kneel down. And then he had his auxiliary forces go out in front and just kick up a bunch of dust. Just kick up a bunch of dust in front so that they can't see anything. And then you have the elite guard just kneeling down in the back. Okay. From there, everything got, sorry about the kid, by the way. From there, everything kind of goes as you think it would in a battle. But what his plan was to like catch the Roman legions and like let them kind of like push against them. And he was really putting it all on the table with this. He's like, he like caught him and he was like wrestling with them and kneeling back. And at any point his line could have broke. But what ended up happening is his cavalry went and messed up their cavalry, which was just like peasants that were hired. So
essentially, we didn't have too much. There were some equite classes. I mean, that was before my time, as far as Cannae, I believe, because that was Hannibal Barca, the Punic Wars.
Yep. But anyway, I'll just get right to it. So what ended up happening is he caught the Roman legion like a baseball and was wrestling with them, sumo wrestling with them. The cavalry came back, which the Romans expected, but what ended up happening is Hannibal allowed his line to eventually break because it was all part of the plan. And then basically once the Romans went into full charge, thinking it was a rout, which it kind of was, his elite guard, the Nubians were his elite guard. They jumped up, charged forward, and just started
surprise.
Oh, dude! So instantly, it just like 180'd, and they just trampled over them. Like it was just like one of the to this day that battle is still studied, and it just that's what I'm talking about with the fencing and the cloak. What you were talking about, the cloak and rapier or whatever. No. It's asshole fighting.
Oh, yeah, you can use that. Oh, it says it should be in one of the boxes.
Yeah, that's just kind of what it reminded me of. The dust would be the cloak. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you were talking about asshole fighting.
Yeah, because you can spin the cloak in front of you, and depending on as long as if your sword is of appropriate length or if you have long enough arms, you can take a number 4 guard like this and spin your cloak in front of you. So if you adjust from a number 4 to a number 3, essentially like this to this, you're going to rotate your entire angle.
Yeah.
And then
you come in at a different...
You don't see that rotation when I do this, so you're...
And the elite guard is that rotation. The Nubian elite guard was that rotation.
You're going to have that spin, and then if you don't know what line the attack is coming on, you may not be able to get it, or you're not going to be able to, at least not be able to parry in time for me to poke you.
I know I'm using an African example with Hannibal, but let's just be real. What did the Romans do best? They obsessed about all the things that destroyed them in the past and they adopted it. They adopted it.
So it's like if you look at
it's always been Italian.
So if you look at after the Gaulish Wars, that's when Roman cavalry got better.
Chainmail also
because you had Gaulish cavalry, better horses, and it also kept Germania out of Gaul. Conveniently enough.
Yep. And as mentioned with the chainmail, just anytime something beat them, they took note of it and adopted it, because I think the Romans, their superpower wasn't anything too crazy. All they did was take notes, if you really think about it, and figure out the meta based on what's being used now. There's a lot of Roman things that they invented and get the credit for inventing and stuff like that, and credit where it's due, yes. But I think their superpower was really just note keeping and bookkeeping, because
because if you look at Alexander's army, some of his winning troops were Crete and the Balearic slingers.
Yeah. The slingers, bro. He's killing the slingers.
Little range troops to be able to throw shit into, that other enemy spear line, and if they cannot approach your big giant wall of walking spears,
And Alexander's winning this battle in one day. Keep in mind. So what their goal is I'm going to harass you with the slingers and the javelin throwers, and
make you fight
simultaneously, yeah, I'm going to make you fight me. Your troops would defeat my slingers, obviously, but it's temporary. I'm forcing you to fight me. What's simultaneously happening right now is the catapults are being set up, bro. So what are you going to do? Are you going to run? Well, guess what? I got cavalry.
You can run behind the city walls, and we can turn this into a siege, or you can try and fight it right now.
Yep. And there's a river between us, but I ain't scared of that. I got catapults. What do you got? I got catapults and cavalry. Start running, or start fighting. That's what he said.
Yeah,
basically
and
every time.
Just went east.
Oh my god!
Until everybody's like, okay, then go home.
What a fucking Chad,
and then send them back over the fucking desert. It's like, oh.
When you just break down those tactics like that, and without even a single word being exchanged, that's basically what it's saying: is start running or start fighting. It's just the balls, dude. I don't know.
It's one of the quotes of Genghis Khan was, "I don't know what you did to piss your god off for him to send a terrible punishment
send
like
me to you
upon you."
Yeah, dude. I don't know what you did to your god to piss him off that he would send me to you, dude. That he's a mega Chad too. I mean, evil people.
Well, I mean, if you look at some of the other things that he instituted, the Garrick system, the way that the Horde operated, it's like he took
he's a civilizer.
Disparate tribes and forged it into a Mongolian empire that stretched almost to Europe.
And he carried culture from one corner of the world to the other.
So like you have a lot of your Silk Road spread of Buddhism came from that.
Mountains of skulls, mountains of human skulls, terrain that it was left oily and muddy from human blood and viscera for weeks after, and maybe months even. But I mean, he carried all that other stuff.
You also looked at some of the interesting woo about how he was buried is that nobody knows where he was buried because he had an army take him out there and bury him, and then an army came and killed that army.
Yep.
And then another army came and killed that army, and then they rode around and churned the ground up so no one would ever be able to find where he was buried.
Yep. And by the time that final army is wiping out that wave, it was really, they didn't even know why they were there. They don't know what's here. They were just told to come, just go kill those people and churn up the ground.
Yeah.
So they don't know,
And so, no one ever found his tomb.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
So there's as far as some of the modern woos that I've heard, like when I was a kid, like my old man told me about the Lost Chance Gold, which was the Confederate gold that was with Stonewall Jackson on his fleeing from Sherman's campaign before they split the army and sent one half to Janie Furnace and the other half running ahead of Sherman's path to the sea to try and warn people to get the hell out. They hid supposedly $2 million Spanish dollars worth of gold and
as you do.
Yeah, and this was one of the things that my old man was like completely. This was a legend that he was obsessed with because there are several old abandoned lead mines in Calhoun County in Alabama where because the legend goes that they took up all the gold from the gentry, all the silverware, rings, watches, everything that they could. It was enough to buy 2 foreign legions from the French. It would be
got to be a lot.
It would be enough because 2 foreign legions would have been enough to deploy against the Yankee border to force a ceasefire eventually. It would have bought us enough time to essentially have a ceasefire for the northern public to get tired of the war.
So it sounds like one of the go-to strategies for the South was to kind of back off of the border and get some Spanish gold in order to do that, and then come back. Essentially, is what I'm guessing.
Essentially, we had the gold that we were going to cash out to the French. The French were going to give us the foreign legions. The foreign legions would have stayed at the border to allow us to kick our industry up to be able to counter the North. And then as long as that line would have held, then it wouldn't have mattered if we hadn't have been able to take DC. No,
They were playing the long game.
Yeah,
essentially.
we were trying to play the long. They were trying to play the long game in that, but like I said, the legend goes that somewhere before they split the army. It's debated on whether or not they split the army before or after they crossed the Coosa River. But
it also begs the question: where did they get Spanish gold? Right. That's why I said that.
I said Spanish dollars is how it's valued.
Oh, got you.
Because again, this is if you're looking at the 1800s, like this is how it was told to me is like it was valued in Spanish dollars, of how you would pay for the foreign legions.
That was a more universal currency,
than
an American dollar. That makes sense.
Because we had a paper money.
That's very American of me to assume, isn't it? I'm just like, what? We're not the best? What?
Well, back in this time, we were completely new, and it was a civil war going on. So we had two different currencies.
Yeah,
that were paper, that were backed by gold, by an amount of gold, but
real shit.
Because the Spanish had the largest amount of gold in their royal treasury at that time.
Yeah,
it was one of those
Spanish dollar.
Spanish dollar, is your standard weight of gold.
Yeah.
So 2 million of those would buy 2 foreign legions to occupy the border.
So it was essentially just the entire economy of the South,
the entire Confederate, what was left of the Confederate treasury.
And they're like, "This is our goose egg.
This is the last chance gold."
Okay,
and it's hidden somewhere, according to legend, in between the area where the army was caught up. Because when Sherman caught both sides, the ones that went to Janey Furnace and died in that battle, and then the ones that were running towards Atlanta. In all of those battles, when he caught up to each other one, they did not have the gold. None of the money was recovered.
Right. Isn't there a story about the gold being smuggled into the Midwest?
Nope. Now, there are tunnel. The theory goes that it's hidden in a cave somewhere out here. There are cave systems that go from the Midwest all the way up the Cumberland Gap down to here.
Yeah.
But the cave that this was hidden in was said to be at one of the lead mines or one of the abandoned mills. And there are several of those locations that my old man took me to, and, that he had gone and looked at, and there are a couple of them that was like, I could see where they might have, done that. But like the legend says that they went in, they blew up the mine or the cave where they hid it in, and marked it, and then by the time anybody thought to go retrieve it, Sherman had already been through.
And then the war was over.
Yeah. So there's, so it's just lost. But I've got a couple of ideas like where it might be. So it might be something that if I do end up finding it, there will be a YouTube video. But
yeah. I thought I heard a story about. And this may be different gold or something, but it was definitely Civil War related.
Yeah.
Real quick, Kahuna. Hey, y'all fixing audio stuff. Great conversation.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you the man, Kahuna. So basically the story goes. I don't know if it was this gold or some other Civil War gold. I have a feeling that when the country was destroyed at that time, a lot of things were kind of shuffled around. So this very well could just be different kind of gold at that time.
Yeah.
But it went like up north somewhere, like into the Midwest, I want to say, not like Minnesota, like further out. I don't remember the story though. Like I was kind of hoping something might have grabbed you.
No, I'm not familiar with that. Now I do know that there was talk of like this was during your earlier pre-Civil War, during your gold rush, that there was a load of there was stuff that I've read of loads of gold that were coming out of California, trains that had gotten robbed in the Midwest. Like that
might be what I'm talking about. Actually,
your Great Plains train robberies, your Jesse James trains robberies.
That's what I'm. Like that. Jesse James's gold. That's what it was. It was like one of those robbers' gold, dude.
Yeah,
That's who it was.
I mean, yeah,
And-
no, I've heard those.
And it was supposed to be like it got smuggled up north, and it was like I don't know, enough to fund. There's like some conspiracy involved with it too, like because I think some historical stuff happened because of it that maybe has to do with like
Essentially, it would have been
Abraham
enough
Lincoln. And
yeah,
shit
it
like
would have been
that.
enough for it would have been enough for Abe Lincoln to lobby to convince. Because part of how the Union won the war is the fact that they had a source of troops that were not Yankee citizens; they were immigrants, Irish and Italians that were coming over to the U.S., signing papers, joining the Union Army.
And if the South was smart, they would have did the same thing with Mexico and maybe some Native Americans. I'm just saying.
I'm about to say,
they were smart.
you had Cherokee in the Confederate Army.
Oh, I'm sure you had everything.
Because by the time Jackson was president, or about when he was essentially pacifying the Indian Wars, part of that was that the Choctaw didn't want to play nice. The Cherokee and white Americans had a little bit, from what I understand, a little bit more amicable of a relationship because we had similar concepts of war and the fact that you don't do war for capture, it's war to the death, or we don't do it. And then you got a lot of essentially cultural exchange because we had a written language at the time. Because there was actually newspapers and broadsheets in early America from the Indian villages of the Cherokee, and like that's some really cool shit to look into.
Dude, the Comanches too, and the Apaches. Like, there's some pretty ruthless, awesome killers out here when we showed up. And
yeah,
man,
I mean,
they don't.
If you're looking at, that was the only reason that the Aztecs didn't come pouring over the northern
For real, dude.
because the Rio Grande, and then after that, no, it's Comanche territory, and they are not going. They did not let Jaguar come up into the rest of the Big Turtle Island.
No, they did not.
But otherwise, an empire like the Aztecs at that point, the way they were organized and did, very vicious warfare for capture, not necessarily for war to kill, but a lot of war for capture.
We need your heart beating still. We need your heart to keep beating.
We need you to keep beating until we can kick you down temple steps.
We'll chop an arm off. We'll chop a leg off. It's fine. But we need that. We need that ticker to keep ticking, baby. We need that. We need that. Our God drinks human blood.
The sun doesn't come up otherwise, so
no.
It is what it is, Brad.
Demands it. Fuck. I love it. It's fascinating.
The Basic Expert actually came out with a TTRPG that's really interesting. Maquitl. It's a Aztec white box like D&D style tabletop game that's all about right before the Cortez showed up, that state of the height of the Aztec Empire.
Yeah, because like Montezuma kind of just unified everybody. He just unified everybody.
He had just got everybody unified. Had just got things in order. One of his stories that was one of the stories about it was that he was visited by a priest of Quetzalcoatl and asked to stop human sacrifice. Otherwise, your reign will not last, and I will send one of my sons.
I think we need him in modern day America, but that's just me.
Montezuma?
Howdy, how you doing, Will? Nice to meet you.
Doing good. Right on.
This is Ultimate Kahuna. He's a co-host of Iron Seas.
Iron Seas.
Also a YouTuber.
I have a bunch of dialogue written up that I'm supposed to record, and then in the middle of stuff earlier, my sound system decided, you know what? How about we just stop working all of a sudden?
Are you using like Voice Meter or Adobe Audition?
No. I just have a sound box from a Manocaster, and it works normally pretty good. But I think it finally figured out that the SM58 is not a condenser microphone. It's just a dynamic microphone. And so then, like, one of the settings wasn't working. I have extra of the cable, extra of the mic, so I just replaced them. Didn't fix it. Finally figured it out, but
yeah, I mean, I have a toner. I mean, it's a decent mic, but it doesn't. It's almost like it's not as loud as my headset when I'm talking here. I generally don't use the toner mic unless I have somebody here with me. That's a couple of times. Wearing pants.
Herman, you know I wear at least one or the other. Most of the time. Don't ask me. I'm amazed. Will, you have such restraint. You didn't ask why I'm not wearing a shirt. It's great.
Well, I mean,
it's just like I'm used
well,
to it,
depending on where you're located, it could be because it's absolutely hot and humid, sweltery. I mean,
I live in
That's
Washington State. It is not. I'm just. I was cleaning.
Okay,
I had
then
it
I guess
off
you're
my
some
house.
kind of weird polar bear man.
I am that. Born in Hawaii, but I was bred for Alaska.
Yeah.
Well, I
that's true,
mean,
man.
you know, I do have a little bit of an outdoor streak, and when it comes to, I've never been to Alaska, but when I did go to Colorado, I did get to do a little bit of alpine fishing, and that is
That's not warm.
I'm
it's
jelly.
not warm, but it's fun. I mean,
That sounds fun.
They're high elevation lakes. I mean, and you know, you're going Alaska. Like if you were to get north of the parallel end of the Arctic Circle, that I've seen some. There's a couple of shows,
anywhere around
documentaries,
Fairbanks or further, and it's
and that's that permanent ice land.
Yeah. Well, I was there a couple of years ago. I was wearing a tank top during the day. It was it was averaging between -5 and about 7 or 8 degrees.
My blood's too thin for that kind of weather.
Oh, bro, even like everyone's like, oh well, it's because like I'm sure Herman's down there. Well, you probably should lose some weight, Kahuna. That's why you're so warm. No, even when I was skinny, Herman. You didn't say that, but
some people run hot, some people run colder.
Oh,
Tyler, he runs.
So what was this I heard about treasure buried by
Okay, so
yes.
you're talking about the lost chance gold. This was one of the as far as the conspiracy theories that I've collected over the years. Some of them I got from my old man. Some of them I was taught by my teacher Roger Slayton, who taught me Hermetic magic, and then others, I've just picked up throughout the years, read in various places and discussed with people. So the story of the lost chance gold goes that in the late Civil War, kind of in response to Lincoln drafting immigrant soldiers,
and
clever
everything
move.
Else he did,
into the Union Army.
Fun fact: people think that might be happening again here soon. By the way, but go on. Citizenship.
Service.
No, surely America would never do
Yep.
something stupid
Service guaranteed guaranteed citizenship. That was prophetic. Wasn't it?
Super Earth. Fight for Super Earth.
You're one of my fellow hell divers.
Yes.
My cousin
heavily
has
managed.
been playing that. It's Hell Divers is great.
But anyway, I just thought that was topical. But continue.
Yeah.
Please.
So the story goes that in response to that, the Confederate legislature and Jefferson Davis got together and got all of the gentry's wealth. Essentially, took a collection up from your planter class and the Confederate Treasury, cashed out all the gold, which equaled about, as I was told, $2 million Spanish dollars
back then.
Which is quite a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, let's not look at the inflation on that. Let's figure that
out. Enough for an army.
Yeah, enough for 2 French foreign legions, which would have been able to occupy the Cumberland Gap and the Mississippi River in order to essentially keep the Union out of Dixie. And if you're not getting through the Cumberland Gap and you're not getting around the Mississippi River,
dunzo. You need a navy or something else.
The public will get tired. We can live on that, and we had enough blockade runners that were good enough to getting shit out that we were able to still trade with the French.
And France would still be all over that too because of the recent Napoleonic Wars.
Mm-hmm.
The French are not fond of conquerors and revolutionaries.
Right. Well, their entire just all of Europe had just gotten ripped apart very recently during the Napoleonic Wars.
Napoleon is one historical figure I have not read enough about. I have a whole bunch of books ready to read.
He's a Chad. He's a mega Chad.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. The shirt that the WBS apparel has going on, if any man would kill his emperor, have him shoot me right now. No, he really did say that, and
I
those
know,
men
it's great.
really did walk across hell and all of creation for that man.
They did, and he really did escape. He became the emperor of his island that he was exiled on, built a ship, and drafted a
Yuma,
navy from
And
like the locals.
escaped.
Escaped back, and then when the king of France sent the French army to confront him, he just had a conversation with them, and then now he had a French army. So that's how big of a Chad that guy was.
Like,
The
things
only
like,
other person is Alexander the
go
Great.
according
That's
to
the only
plan.
other person.
Yeah,
The only other person I've
being
heard that
able
could
to-
do that.
Didn't
turn
they
an
make a
army like
movie
that.
about the LeChance Gold? Like it got stuck on that metal ship, like that Matthew McConaughey movie.
I'm not sure that, but I'd have to look into that.
Yeah,
but...
look, I'll look it up. I think it's called Sahara. Yeah, it's the idea was that they had an ironclad ship, one of the first of its kind.
Yeah,
And
that,
the
was
gold
waiting
was
in
on
that was waiting in Mobile. The gold never got to that. We never got it to Mobile. They had to hide the gold before they split the army, and one half of the army went to Janey Furnace, and the rest stayed with Stonewall Jackson and tried to buy as much time for people in the path of Sherman as he was coming down, because that was like part towards the end of everything.
He was taking a very Hannibal approach on his way down too. Things were going bad.
Oh yeah, no, it was total war. Like the Sherman was rough as shit, and when there were a couple of places that were rumored to not be burnt down, and where the gold was either hidden in a mill, as said, or a lead mine, because there are tons of lead mines in the Calhoun County, Etowah County, St. Clair County area out here, in between the Coosa River and Janey Furnace.
I love that picture.
No, my cousin's got one for had one for his Steam profile a while back. That was Napoleon in that chair, but he had the Chris Chan shirt and the Sonnet medallion. I just died.
Dude, I love memes like that. It never gets old.
Spicy.
Figured I'd share.
Good one.
It's very interesting. Like, what was it the other day? I was talking with my family about, like the way Native Americans were treated in the past of American history, and then we started talking about like modern representation of that in media. And I think it's really strange because, on the one hand, a lot of horrible things were done, but on the other hand, all modern like representations of it depict only one version of the story.
Yeah.
You don't hear about the Indians who kept on coming back and killing people in Manhattan. You don't hear about
about coming through, getting scalped, running through.
You don't
the
hear
entire,
about the Comanches like attacking people without any reason.
Or how about the genocides that happened before any vanilla faces even showed up?
Oh yeah, no. Before the white man came to Big Turtle Island, there was a conflict in
Island.
That is the Haudenosaunee translated word, the Iroquois, as you would call them, word.
I know. It
looks like a big. It looks like a big giant turtle if you're high up in the sky.
The name makes me laugh. I love it.
It really is fascinating when you look at the overlay of the North American continent. It does look like a turtle.
It looks like a giant turtle.
How did they see that? That's weird. How did they know that? But anyway.
I mean, but if you're looking at like before the white man came, you had the conflict within the Haudenosaunee and the Longhouses tribes of the Iroquois, where the Cherokee got expelled from it for being too violent. Specifically because we changed our doctrine of warfare from a doctrine of war to capture to war to kill.
Oh, yeah.
And then we got expelled from them and had to make our way south, and found that the land had been plagued, and then there were evil spirits, some of whom there was one named Allfinger, and there was a couple of other spirits that were that they talked about when the settlers first got here. This is what the stories that they told them. It's like, oh, well, this is how we got here.
Well,
we showed up
running from the tyrants, and
we kind of left, the people of Hiawatha, and then and then we got down here to the Cumberland area, your Tennessee, North Carolina, North Alabama, and then you have
you're right.
Yeah, it is a big turtle.
It's a big turtle.
It's really creepy, actually. But anyway.
And then if you so then you have the conflict with like the Choctaw, who were a little bit more aggressive towards anybody outsiders. The Creek nations were also down here, so I have a lot of that in my ancestry makeup. That's kind of how I learned the history of it, was through discussions with older family members and then researching into the genealogy of it.
I don't want the government having my DNA, but there's enough stories from my grandpa's side. It's like when my grandpa was younger, that he was like, hey, is Uncle Tom and Dad, was their dad an Indian? And he got slapped and told never to ask about it again. And
oh wow,
so,
yeah, because again, at that time you wanted to pass for white, and as early as as late as my mother's generation, before she remembered like several of her great grandparents who were still full blooded, and that it was different.
This is why anybody who claims, like when they're clearly mixed race, if they claim they're all of one thing or all of the other, it's actually kind of a racist ideology, because of like what you just said. You want to be you want to pass for something.
Well,
so,
I mean, you're actually mixed. Like depending on admixture, you may feel a call to one side or the other. This is part of like, I was not raised with the Native American traditions. I was raised with Greco-Roman ones.
And there's nothing wrong being called to that. Like, no, not at all. And identity and all that, that's fine.
So you're going to find like, especially when you're looking at Americans in the European descended Americans in the South, and in the Appalachian area, you're going to find a lot of that admixture.
Well, Mexican is Mexicans are just a mix of Irish, Spanish, and whatever else with a native.
Spanish, your Aztecs and other Oaxaca Plateau natives.
And you get Spanish. You get Spanish to begin with from Middle Eastern.
Romans.
Yes, like
Iberians,
Arabic,
the Arab invasions. But when you're like New Spain, that's another really like interesting like historical period to look at if you're looking at a fencing and sword play kind of thing, because you had the Spanish square was still somewhat king as far as warfare went, but the whole place of New Spain, it's like they had their settlements, and then outside of that, they didn't even really didn't bother that much. There's a whole lot of wilderness and hinterland.
Well, if you go even further back, like I did a lot of reading on the Punic Wars a while back, talking about how Carthage continually used Spain as a resource, as well as a staging ground for
basically
continuous.
You got that
continuous attempts to kill Rome.
And never win. Yeah,
they had one of the best generals in history who went undefeated for 13 years without reinforcement. And they still lost.
What a boss!
Because you get Delinda Est.
Oh, bro!
I like how they're like, "Hey, King, we need you to come home because there's some shit going down." And then he's like,
"I've been winning. What are you guys doing?"
Like, what are you doing? I've defeated Rome. It's like, the mercenaries, they haven't been paid. Who's been paying them?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck! And then you lose your wars after that.
What's weird is they got within a day's. Like less than a day's ride of Rome more than once and never attacked. People they don't know why. There's no firsthand account, so it's all
there's some superstition about that. The Pomerium, the line, you do not cross this line with weapons, or you are considered to be attacking Rome. The Caesar line.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cross this motherfucker. Yeah, they were crossing the Rubicon. It goes through the Rubicon River. There's a symbolic line where the old wall of Rome was before it became a republic.
I love it. So he was actually just being respectful.
It's so weird to me. Everybody always talks about the Empire of Rome, but people always skip over the Republic.
So the
Republic of Rome was much longer lasted and much a much better kind of system anyway.
Well, I mean, yeah, I will say I'm biased because of past life stuff, but I'm biased towards the Principate, towards Augustus's, and the essentially what you would call the late Republic, but it's the early Empire.
Yeah,
Just because that was the the past life regression I had, and it was one of the more adventurous times of the Roman era.
Oh,
Just because of how far the Empire
it's the best time to
stretched.
read about for sure.
Yeah.
Like not even close.
But
yeah.
as far as like some of the really interesting stuff would be early Republic or really early kingship of the second king of Rome. He was one of the religious leaders and established the Temple of Janus, where you had the doors open or shut, for war or not. He established that temple and then built a whole lot of the other ones and codified a whole lot of the Roman religion. And when the kingship finally ended after Tarquinius Superbus was taken out, you had the office of Pontifex Maximus and other things that had to be handed out that the king would have had to done beforehand because there was no king in Rome ever again.
They understood.
Then you have the like the transformation from Hellenistic and their versions of the Greek gods into
the Roman gods.
Yeah.
Romans, and then eventually into Catholicism, which was a really I heard it was a very
Fascinating.
peaceful, quick, painless transformation.
No, Julian Restitutor for life.
Or it's like even early English history. It's like why were the Christians fighting the Christians? Because they couldn't agree on which day Easter should be celebrated on.
Yeah.
There may have been more than that, but that was definitely the biggest thing.
One of the fun scenes from English history, I would have to say, would be Canute and his let me take my nobles out. I'm going to put my throne out here. Like, do you think I can stop the ocean? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
you are all stupid fucking yes men. No.
Break down that moment for the listeners. Just because I'm interested in it, and also recently, like shows like Vinland Saga.
Yeah. Princess Canute kind of grew into a Chad in season 2, did he not?
Right. Canute's the boss, but
it has some good stuff. But I have a lot of problems with that show. Anyway, continue.
Well, I'm saying it might be important to touch on it just because shows have popularized him recently.
So Canute has a legend about him. There's actually a painting.
Was it one of the tapestries?
Let me see. According to the story, King Canute sat at the seashore and tried to command the tide not to touch his feet, but the sea ignored him. This image is still used by modern political commentators to mock politicians who vainly fight. But the true, like the Canute and the tide story, how the proverb, essentially how you see it is that Canute is explaining to his nobles that he's powerless compared to God, who can command the tides, and the tides will wash everything away eventually, compared to what man would be.
It's almost an echo of the hubris of the characters in Greek myth as well.
Yes. So if you're looking at the Sword of Damocles, it's a similar kind of image to that. But he was one of the Christianizing influences of that era, because that is one of the things that Vinland Saga did get right, is that Canute was Christian compared to his pagan brother, and when he got the kingship of England is when that really started establishing the church in England.
Yeah, they get enough right. That's the thing about Vinland Saga. Like, it's an anime.
It's anime, and it's gonna be told from an Eastern perspective, so in their Westaboo kind of way.
Well, same way Western storytellers have been borrowing Eastern.
I've got a few of those. Like, if I could ever find a damn artist to work with, I would. I've had like 2 or 3 anime series.
Did he
like
really think he
picked
could
out.
command the sea with a limp wrist?
No. That's the thing, is like the image is used by political cartoonists to mock a politician who thinks he can command the weather, the entire world. But the story about Canute was that he had his nobles haul his throne out there and did this scene specifically to mock them for their
Belief in
fawning
themselves.
nature. Yeah, fawning nature and hubris, because these nobles essentially sucked up to him real hard because during his conquest of England, again, he's a Dane, so they tried to, a lot of people would, in that culture, you suck up to the Danes and you give them gold and maybe they'll go away. And Canute was that was not there to go away. He was there to take the enchilada.
I do wonder on occasion, especially this last year when I did some more English kind of history, of the Anglo-Saxons and the Picts and all that. The original English, who were conquered by the Romans and then abandoned by them when Rome started having problems.
Well, yeah, because when you cross a river, when you cross that channel and you get across to this fucking crazy land of like, oh my God's in the trees, and then you get to another island on that island in the middle of a river, and then all of their druid religious leaders are there, and then they all set themselves on fire and start running at you. And then the weather gets fucked and shit starts going wrong. And the Romans we are superstitious people. You got fucking curses going on. No, we're leaving this shit. Here is Londinium. Keep the tin mines going. We don't give a fuck. Bye.
Well, I looking at how fast, relatively fast, they degraded as a society, and how many people conquered them. I wonder how much OG English blood still runs in the England of today. I am curious.
You would be surprised a lot.
Yeah, because like when people say English, do you mean the Anglo-Saxons who were conquering, or do you mean the Picts? Do you mean the OG English, or any of the 19 others that were kind of
you're talking? You would be talking about your Albion culture. There's Survive the Jive does a lot of really good deep dives into he's you can find him on YouTube, I think, or maybe on Rumble. He might have moved to Rumble. I know I do a lot of my stuff from Rumble Studio just because I have Rumble and it has a little bit better of a monetization terms than YouTube does.
It does. It's just not user friendly.
No.
That's my main problem.
It's still it's still a little rough, but I think if you give them time, they may be able to turn it around. We'll have to see. Just because, and I would say, when it comes to user interface stuff, we've seen Microsoft do it. To be really very litigious about user interface stuff. Apple, of course, was well.
No.
Yeah, no, Apple's terrible, dude.
Surprise.
Yeah, how many? There have been many Linux distros who have gotten C&Ds from Apple just because their UI looks a little too much like Mac OS, and then you can't have that. But they've patent trolling is a big thing among tech companies anyway. So when you're looking at stuff like that, you end up with you're going to see this further on as things like Rumble,
even
Odyssey,
something further down the line, like video games. You see, like Shadow of Mordor. I'm like, I talked to an old game developer about this. He's like, I designed some of the climbing code for Assassin's Creed 2 when it came out. I was the lead climbing, like, kind of motion guy.
Climbing guy for Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
that's legit.
Like, they stole it for this.
Yeah. Well, because there's no rules. There's no rules for that. It's like the Wild West with video games. You know what I mean? People like coders didn't have rights. Like he created something new and unique for this game, but the game gets the credit rather than the individual. Right.
Yeah, you can't really. You can take a portfolio with you, but when you're working on something for a specific project and that company's got you on that project, they kind of got you by the balls.
You got to be careful with those contracts too, because if you're not careful, a lot of these predatory contracts, like anything that you make during the time you're working there
is their property. Microsoft was notorious about that.
Oh yeah.
SNL does this too. If you just for trying out for SNL, they have legal rights over any jokes that you tell there. So they record it. Dude. They record it, and they get all the. Think of how many people try out for that.
Yeah, how many people had their sketch completely cribbed, and then given to the current cast of SNL. Yep. It's like, okay, we'll have Kenan Thompson do this one.
Yep.
had
That's
that.
what they're really looking for. Let's be real.
Lorne Michaels had a business model. He still has, with SNL, that business model. It's nowhere near, in my opinion, what it was as far as the 80s and 90s SNL that I watched. It was.
And guess what? There's more to it. So not only do you have unlimited jokes, and that's what it is. It's a joke farm, right?
Mm-hmm.
You also have power over all of your employees, the comedians that work for you, because they're disposable. You're getting like thousands of people trying out constantly along with these jokes. So you can just pick one that, I mean, like there's got to be a bunch of them that would work as an actor there. So as soon as somebody falls out of line and says something you don't like or whatever, they're gone. And then, it'll take like less than a week to replace them.
And Tim Meadows himself has made
YouTube. Because it gave rise to all these people who could just be funny without having to be owned by anyone way back in the day.
Yeah.
And you would actually see, as far as the SNL thing, Tim Meadows made a joke about contracts and the how long those contracts can be. But at the same time, you got to think is like how many people have been on SNL for that long, and that if that's your gig, and then but not many of the people that were on that show went on to do movies, but there was a spate in like the late 90s, early 2000s where they were doing like movies of SNL sketches, or you had like Night at the Roxbury and Superstar.
That's
and
true.
All that stuff.
That's a big deal. That's culture.
They were trying to push. They were trying to make a push into that, and
I think they succeeded. I think they succeeded.
Some of them.
Some of them,
yeah.
Well, I'm thinking Night at the Roxbury, Ace Ventura, like all those.
Jim Carrey.
No.
In Living Color. Yeah,
you're right. You're right. I'm thinking of The Spy Who Shagged Me.
Austin Powers.
Austin Powers. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
baby. Yeah.
That's an SNL sketch.
Well, it's like when you got Mike Myers, and you got some of them that like they hit big and broke out after that.
Yeah.
And then you
that's
had some
culture.
people that went to stand up, like Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy was so funny.
Dude, ahead of his game too. Really he is. When he came back recently,
you couldn't run Raw today. You couldn't run Raw or Delirious today.
No chance. Well, even Dave Chappelle, you can't really run him today, but it doesn't matter. He's running himself.
I mean,
I still watch Chappelle, bro. We were just watching Chappelle's show right before I got sick. We finished Fallout, and I'm like, what should we watch tonight? Chappelle's show. That's what we were watching. It was.
I'm like, dude, this is like from the. You got wrecked pretty hard again, but like you seem to be doing a lot better now. What you see?
Yeah, I still feel a little weak, but I can tell that I could just keep drinking milk until I'm good. And then from there I can eat. And then, I've been keeping these saltines down. I'm getting to the halfway point of the container. So
yeah, we had to have my mom do like that for a while after she almost overdosed one time on ibuprofen. And you're talking about watching somebody puke up yellow bile. Well, I mean, mouth pain is the son of a bitch, and she had like an abscess tooth that lasted for several weeks, and it's like several weeks of her just like holding her head and looking like an ostrich, being on the bed.
It's so tight to your nerves that messes you up.
All that stuff's right there,
and it's on your head. Oh my god! It's on your head, and ever since the fentanyl epidemic, doctors have been really pushing like a mix of Tylenol and like other like over-the-counter type stuff, and they claim that whatever minute effect it has is comparable to like opiates.
I'm so disgusted by the availability and the pushing of all medications. Like right now, I won't get into it now, but like I've been dealing with the ex-wife and kids and medication and all that BS for a minute. But and some of the stuff they've admitted, they're like, yeah, we don't know how it works really. We kind of just here you go.
We just put the chemical here, and it did some things during the test and the focus group. So try this.
We were thorough. We tested this for 2 weeks. We're good. All right.
Yep. just like some other medications in recent years that we can think of. But
right on.
The long short of it is this: they saw an uptick in overdosing, which was caused by fentanyl. and they took a fentanyl epidemic and they said it was an opioid epidemic to attack pain patients and doctors, essentially.
I can attest to some of the opioid epidemic stuff just from the.
Me too. My cousin died.
Right,
from fentanyl.
I'm talking about Oxycontins before that, and Somas, and muscle relaxers, and
Yeah,
the pill farm, the Flamingo
Those
Highway.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Those things will mess you
And
up.
then
too.
fentanyl made it even worse with how potent it is.
But why did they jump all over all of it only with fentanyl? That's the thing. Like, they waited until fentanyl, and then they're like, now it's a problem.
I think because its lethality rate is a bit higher.
Its lethality rate of fentanyl, and a little bit on the conspiracy woo side, fentanyl is cheaper to make and process than heroin from opium.
Yep, and one little drop is all it takes, and all that.
Well, they started lacing it into a whole bunch of crap. Like a friend of mine died that way. Too.
That's fucked up. I don't know why you'd put fentanyl in cocaine. That's like opposite of what you're looking for.
Yeah, but again, it's to depending on what side of things you're erring on. It could be that the CIA that runs the drug cartels wants certain people to die, so they will lace certain things as it's done from the distributor. Or you could even have like people who will a local gang who is going to go. No, buddy.
No,
it's okay. He can't hear about our serious talk.
Well, yeah.
Anyway,
headphones,
Xander, let's talk about drugs.
Let's talk about some fentanyl blow, buddy. Let's do it.
No,
like that. Wouldn't that
about all the crap that they had over there too? That was nonsense.
I mean, it would be speedballing on a industrial scale, like
True.
because the down from fentanyl, from what I've understand, people say is like you go way, way down. And then, depending on like the coke that my old man was getting from the Colombians was like pink and shit. So
that's weird. But
that's what
maybe
it is in its raw. In its raw form, it's pink crystallized shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Officer, no, this is just Himalayan salt.
It's sea
This
salt.
is nothing, sir.
Yeah, this is Himalayan sea salt.
And then you grind that down and then dice up baby laxative and combine that together, and there's your cut blow, and then the fish scaly look is that people look for is going to be made from that raw pink cocaine. It'll go from a light pink to a kind of like a rose pink.
A salmon, if you will.
A salmon.
He revealed recently that he's like I was talking to my cousin who has having a kid here soon about drugs and such, and her dad, who's always been like very straight laced kind of guy, he's like, oh yeah, I remember that back in the day, like in the 80s, yeah. Like I think I was too drunk to notice any difference, so like I did it a few times, didn't mean anything, moved on. I'm like, all right, sure.
Yeah, because it was just like if flowing out of Miami and upwards, like my old man would go to Miami, get on a boat. That boat would take him offshore to international waters. They would get him his cut out, and this was back before the trip that I actually got to go on. One of my earliest memories of the early divorce period was when Jebbo got his nose cut off. So my old man had a friend named Jebbo who was kind of like an absolute fucking fiend.
Oh yeah.
Like the type like to where he is gonna pick through the carpet for crumbs.
The ghoul.
Yeah,
the ghoul.
Total boglim. He's gonna, he'll drink mouthwash. Jebbo was like that.
Yep.
Jeez, dude.
So
Jebbo, I've never been that addicted to anything.
I've seen people. I've seen it.
So
there was a dude, real quick. There was a dude like this who he was the most alcoholic at the parties. So basically, everybody would pass out drunk, and then he had free reign over whatever leftover glasses were there. Yep. And he would not care. I'll just say that.
So Jebbo would
ashtray cups.
Him and old man took me and my brother to Miami during one of the summer visitations. We got to spend time with old man, so we were going to Florida, and we ended up going on the boat with them because my old man decided to bring us as kind of like an insurance policy, because if you got a kid with you, they're less likely to kill you.
Yeah, but what if they do?
Makes sense.
But what
Yeah,
if they
right.
do? Yeah.
But what if they do?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what the
Bro.
fuck are you gonna do?
it's
You're a
messed up.
coke
Yeah.
dealer.
We're
You're a coke
counting on
dealer.
their humanity and their sense.
Oh, they get it. Then you get your nose cut off. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
well, see, Jebbo got his nose cut off. See, I was told, to stay up, upper decks. We just stayed in the little, you know, system room, and I was told that like old man was going to fix something on this boat, because you don't tell your kids what you're doing, and
he's like,
yeah.
Hey, Will, stay on the upper deck.
Yeah,
He was
we
about
just
to-
stayed. Me and my brother were sitting up. Me and my brother were sitting up there. And there were guys. This is the first time I've ever seen a pearl handled pistol, and
Ooh.
Beautiful.
yeah, deadly crazy shit. But at the same time, growing up in the South, you see guns all the time, so it's not like you don't
Yeah.
think you're in danger. Well, Jebbo and old man go down with this Columbia dude down in the one of the lower rooms down there, the cabin rooms, and everything's going fine for a little bit until I hear screaming and shit, and then he's chasing Jebbo up with a fucking knife, and then it says, if you're gonna be a pig, I'm gonna make you look like a pig. Old man comes to where we are, it's like cussing at Jebbo about how he's fucked shit up. And
wow.
I was told that he tried to steal something from this guy, so they took Jebbo outside onto the fucking out towards the fucking water, was gonna just kill him, and then decided to fucking cut his nose off. Dude, he did the knife with a fucking blowtorch, and then burnt that shit shut. And then we got took back to the docks, and then old man was told that he couldn't come back and get it. It would be sent to him from then on.
Ouch.
Yeah, and there is a certain sound that somebody makes when they are in mortal fear when they're screaming. It is a scream from the bottom of the lungs.
I've heard it.
Yeah.
It's very hard to replicate. I've tried too. It's very hard to replicate.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up a picture of what that reminds me of, but I can't navigate it with one hand.
Even thinking about this, it's like talking to people who people.
Like he
who
got the
haven't
tip of his nose off, so he looked like this from then on, to where it was turned up because the tip was cut off.
Oh,
So
What
when
was
it
dude's-
healed back, his name was Jebbo.
Jebbo.
I don't know if that was his full actual name. A lot of Southern boys there are a million Bubbas. I don't think that's his Christian
that
name.
being his God given his
It ain't his that ain't his Christian name. Not like that. More nose. More nose than the ghoul.
That's a little more Tyrion Lannister from the books, actually.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to look like for sure. And right here, this shows they could have did it, but actors be.
I mean,
Keep in mind
I
that
like
was
the
a
Peter.
long time ago
I
when
will
they
say
started
the Peter Dinklage performance of Tyrion was great all
It was
the way
good,
up
yeah.
last season. God damn that last
Yeah.
season.
Everything after season 4 started going down. You know what's
Yeah.
weird? Game of Thrones and Dexter have the same show trajectory. Seasons 1 through 4 get progressively better every single season until it's at its
Right.
peak. Then season 5 is like, oh, that's a little weird. Season 6,
Supernatural is the same way.
way. Oh yeah, that's right. Like season
Supernatural
6,
up to
7,
season
it's like,
5
yeah.
is good, and then after that, it's not Bill Kripke anymore. It's not Supernatural.
Well, they jump the shark, right?
Yeah,
That's usually
well,
what happens.
Dude, Supernatural, I'll give you a whole thing of woo on that because they stole my motherfucking rhymes. I had a series of dreams when I was in high school that I wrote letters about to my cousin Jacob about, hey, I had this dream that you came and got me because some demon came and killed your mom and you got the Mustang and inherited that. So we were driving around this cherry red Mustang around the country killing monsters and shit because,
It sounds like one of my brothers'
I do
awesome
wizard
dreams.
shit.
I never had
and
cool
then
dreams.
being steeped in the woo, man.
Bro, I don't remember. I'm a storyteller. I love stories, always have. I don't dream almost ever. I never remember them.
So everyone's cognition is going to be different. Some folks do a lot more of their what I would consider connection to the muses.
I'm interested in this shit because I've personally experienced like muse shit.
So like when you get an idea and you're fashioning that out, and the story is almost writing itself because you're sitting there going, and you're in that flow state. That emergent part, that connection right there, that's when you're like really into it. And that some folks will have that idea come to them when they're asleep.
I've met people who've had that.
I mean, for me, it's random times. I have no control over it, but sometimes it'll be that. But I had that series of dreams, and it's like, we were going around hunting monsters and killing things, and there was this fucking Winchester gun that was, they could kill whatever, and and then Supernatural came out like when I was like, I think in my senior year of high school. I think it was like 2006, 2007, maybe. When did Supernatural come out?
It's around there.
Right around there. I would have been about 12.
Yeah. Wow, I'm old.
I'm getting there too.
Right. I've aged about 10 years in about 2 years.
Yeah, 2005. So yeah, like I had this dream when I was in middle school, and Jacob first moved away, essentially. Like him and his family moved to Georgia, and I was essentially here, and Mom got remarried to Old Man, and yeah. So that could have been part of the inspiration for that, is to have, something to take away from the fact that, everything was changing. Because when they were divorced, it was a lot more, it was easier to deal with essentially the differences, because I'm in the Deep South. Most people around here are Christian. Most of my peers do not have the same religious understanding that I do. So you have to kind of tiptoe around that. But with my mom and learning things that I learned during that divorce period of my early childhood, and then not being raised Christian that way, having to have Old Man come back around to where anything like fantasy books were the devil to Old Man. Dungeons and Dragons,
there was some
deeply
strong
so.
overprotective stuff that was pushed onto in the Christian culture in the 80s and 90s and even early 2000s. Like, my family was pretty good with it, but then I knew families like, you can't watch Harry Potter, can't read it. It's magic, it's witchcraft. I'm like,
that was the thing.
Yeah,
that was the thing.
Guys, there are a lot of problems in the world. Harry Potter is not one of them.
Yeah, no, and if you really kind of look at some of the Harry Potter constructionism, it's very Christianized hermetic magic.
Oh,
yeah,
and
that's exactly what it is. Yeah.
And guess what? All those people who were like woo-woo paranoid Christians back in the day attacking J.K. Rowling, guess who's fighting for your side now? With,
JKR is based now.
Dude, yeah, and she she's literally fighting for the side of Christianity, even if she's not one. Just because of reality.
That and some of the pressures that they're under in Europe, because they have a Saracen invasion. We don't have that. We don't have it as much here outside of like Dearborn. I knew people who moved from Michigan to Alabama. Some of my sister's best friends, their parents moved down here because of the things that were going on in their town with the Somali immigration and the massive amount of, radical Muslim population that they had gotten. Things were starting to get instituted at the town level that they didn't want any part of. So they fled down here.
I live south of Seattle. Yeah. Tell me about a community becoming unlivable.
Oh, God. Yeah, the Chaz. Fuck.
My sister and her friends at the time, they were both going to like university, and so they were in that dumb mindset at the time. Hate to say that about a university, but it was true. And they're like, my sister's like, I think we're gonna go down there. I'm like, don't you fucking dare. Do not go there. Nothing good can happen. It's like, police are bad. But we're gonna have our own gay version of police, and that'll solve all the problems. Surely,
it's called warlords. This is called warlords. There was literally
we're gonna hand out assault rifles to kids. We're gonna extort people for money, kill and rob, and
it's the plot of Fallout.
Non-consensually have relations with. I'm trying to think of the YouTube friendly way to say it.
No, that was a Very well put.
Fair enough.
Have their way.
Aggressive, non-consensual relations. There we go.
Yes, that's the way to put it. Yes.
But
Yeah, no.
freaking
At first,
wild.
like, it's like we can all appreciate like the I guess the idea of what like the way you feel. Like, yes, as Americans, we all understand that with how this country started, like what you guys are feeling right now. But like, look at you. Look at
I
you.
mean, my own sensibilities, I'm a little further right than most people. So when it comes to, the Republic, it should be a little bit stronger of a thing. There should be a judge of last resort, a royal, a king.
Well,
but you've got to have but the constitutional monarchy works if you have that parliament and that republic part, the representative part, to handle the minutia so that your executive isn't bogged down by everyone's day-to-day things, because you can handle most of your own stuff. You don't have to have the government to tell you what to do, plant, not plant, things like that.
My biggest issue with the monarchy thing is the whole line of secession kind of thing.
Now that's where again if you look at your pre-Christian traditions of the Viking kings, to where you can get unconfirmed as king at the all thing. You can lose your kingship if you're bad. If you lose the mandate of heaven, you can be replaced by someone else who can unify everyone. And
like, this dude's being like morally corrupt. F this guy. He's clearly not mandated from heaven.
You would get challenged a home gang, you would get killed, and then someone else would be replacing you as king at the Althing. Happened several times in Norse history before they became Christian. When they became Christian is when you got bloodline kingship, because it was part of the Catholic interpretation of it.
Yeah, Catholics.
I mean, they honestly did. That's not a Roman thing. That was more of a Gaul thing. And this is because
more pagan belief in Catholicism than Catholics would like to admit.
Yeah.
So they saw Gallic bloodlines in the west of Europe, and then implemented that with a Christian adaptation of that with the northern tribes of Europe.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying. That's a recipe.
Because Nords didn't have bloodline kingship, neither did England, neither did Germania.
They're like, you're Gauls. You're all Gauls.
Gauls had bloodline kingship. Vercingetorix was king because his father was king, because his father was king all the way back down
and their great-great-grandfather was king because he could lift a bigger log than the rest.
Yes.
Because he was
because
he was descended from the gods. Usually, if you look at like the Tuatha De Danann and those legends, all of if you look at Greek history up to the after the Bronze Age, there's a lot of referential stuff in there of the bloodlines of Mycenae and that era of Greece being descended from gods.
And if you think about it, if you're tracking bloodlines so avidly, it's either going to be something like you're saying, where there's some sort of like progenitor figure in their history that they felt it's really important that our leader is always related to this person, or it's like Kahuna said, he lifted the biggest log at one point, which I'm sure that happened.
No, there are records of that in Norse history, runestones about competitions of strength where things were decided, either battles or succession or property things, or just straight almost like their version of the Olympics.
In a time where society doesn't truly exist, at least in the way that we imagine it,
right?
In that kind of world, even a small world of that, the man who is strongest or most capable is going to be the one who usually will be in charge. Just by that kind of natural order of that.
Because
at least in that kind of world.
Yeah,
and it's fascinating because it does beg the question, why do you track bloodlines so avidly? What happened there? Is it aliens?
Well, I mean, think about it in the terms of animal husbandry.
Or Anunnaki or the Nephilim, whatever.
Why does every farmer have a breed book to where you track your cows, who they were descended by, what calves they have, how many they have, things like that?
You want desirable traits. That's simple.
Exactly. The same thing. So some people, just at their core, are willing to fight and die and kill. Some people are not. They are willing to work, however. they're willing to work and toil and, build. And the relationship between those two classes is what makes civilization.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's
true.
like go back to I'll not go back to, but take it to Polynesian mythology. They share a lot. They share some language. They share some similarities.
I'm
in
interested.
Culture. But the area that covers where the Polynesians live is larger than the United States. Like in the ocean is like 2 or 3 times larger than the United States. So there's a lot of differences. But Maui, the demigod figure, basically Polynesian Hercules, he shows up in every single culture, pretty much almost always with the same name as well.
Yeah,
and it's because they all of their leaders all descended from Maui, all of them.
Yeah, somebody who was at somebody at that. If you look in like on the mundane side, somebody who was good enough at sailing in that era to get around the Pacific where the waves are fucking huge and the krakens are fucking huger. Y'all got the big ocean.
Imagine taking a boat, like not a ship, not like an English.
No, like a surfboard with a little bit of sides.
Yeah, like one of the catamaran kind of canoes could hold like 20 crew. Imagine just trying to travel the Pacific Ocean in that, not really knowing. The people
you had no idea who
people were. The real voyagers, they were wild, dude.
Just like smooth sailing all the way until the ice wall, bro.
I mean, they call it the Pacific because it's less angry than the Atlantic, but that doesn't mean that the fucking deeps don't have their fucking shit, and it's not like Pele won't like fuck you up.
Yeah,
so
Pele will fuck you up.
So like, sure. I mean, I want like one of the things that I want to do. Like, I even bought the plans for it. I'll grab them here in a second, but I bought the plans from Glenelg Marine for a 44-foot sailing boat that could, cruise ocean. It's blue water capable to where I could get into the Pacific, and I've always wanted to sail through the South Pacific for because I've heard some of the Maui legends, and it's like that, and I love to fish, so I can.
Rumor has it they exist in the Pacific. Just rumor.
but like Maui being the progenitor of everything, and then also being a demigod is a fascinating and a great reason to keep track of bloodline.
Well, it's like you look at the Greeks, like they're like, oh, we came from this god or this god. It's like
so
they want the divine connection, the connection to something beyond.
It connects you to the religious mythos, and it connects you to the land, the people that live there. As far as I know, Greek wise, like you've got Thebes was founded by the bloodline of Dionysus. Technically, Sparta claimed to have been built by Heracles.
Dude, Nephilim, Anunnaki, aliens. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I'm not saying aliens, but
I mean, the Graham Hancock stuff, some of that, the ancient, the tied together, the Atlantis stuff. That's some interesting woo.
Yeah. And what about the Eye of Africa?
Yeah, so that ties in with what I'm about to say. So the Eye of Africa, that whole part of area being, it's beyond the Pillars of Hercules, like Plato described. It would have been an inland sea at the time because, around 27,000 years ago, the top half of Africa is green, and a lot of other things are frozen in ice outside of the equator. You have this little green belt. The oceans are much lower, but at the same time, you have inland seas in Africa where the Sahara is a mangrove swamp. When the top half of Africa is green. So when you have that, it's completely different. And this would have been in the time that the Sphinx has weather erosion, because the Sphinx has weather erosion from consistent rain that would have happened only about like 27,000 years ago.
There's all kinds of salt and whale bones.
Congo, which to this day is basically still uninhabitable by people.
Right.
It probably looked the same back then too, honestly. Just it's still the black heart of the world, whatever.
Well, the Congo, like when the rains are shifted, the Congo and that whole area, you're going to see a lot extension of the savanna up that area, but it still has enough rivers in parts of the rainforest to have a thick jungle in the core of Africa. You're never getting rid of that jungle. Like,
yeah, it's gonna be great. That's it's fascinating, man. There's probably so much shit there.
Anytime I read about like, I once read the journals of people like Dutch people who translated Dutch settlers who tried to settle and create homesteads in the Congo, and it didn't go well.
no.
Bye, Xander. Bye, buddy.
Yeah, no. One of the people I've talked to over the years, call him the Solar. He told me a lot of the stuff like that he did when he went to Africa. This was shortly after he got out of college. He ended up getting a grant to go do research in Africa, and he was going to go there and do his on paper it was cultural research in the African people's legends. In reality, what he did is he went there looking for the lost Roman legions.
Oh yeah.
And like he described to me a process of going through talking to all those people, having like them all tell him different tales of like the Juju men who came from the north of the Congo.
Yeah.
And he ended up, as he described it, getting Doctor Stranged. How he essentially got warped through space to an area 27.5 miles away. And I said, you do know that 27.5 is a radian, right? And he's like, what? A radian? Have you never watched Karl Monk's The Code? No, I haven't. That's like, so I showed him the code and he freaked the fuck out. It's like, how did you get this? It's like, dude, I hang out on 4chan.
4chan, the source of all internet knowledge.
Like,
what was it? It was. It gets tricky though with when you get to these, because there's so many cultures that did not have an alphabet. Like if you're in the Asian quadrant and Indian
for real,
of the world, you have a lot of ancient written language. The Greeks had the Phoenician language that got transformed into the most modern language. But,
you have like Linear A and Linear B. This is Mycenaean Greek that no one knows how to read it because there's no translation. We have no Rosetta Stone for it. And it's it's essentially written before the Bronze Age collapse. While we do have a consistent record of the area of the Levant, where that's why we can read cuneiform, because there were tablets in Egypt that translated cuneiform, and then after we got the Rosetta Stone, we were able to translate ancient Egyptian, which led to be able to translate cuneiform.
Yeah.
You don't have that for Mycenaean Greek.
It's a lot of like changing hands there, gotta say.
But then you have like the Hawaiians and Native Americans and a whole bunch of cultures all over the world that do not have a written language, and so the way they remember things is all basically word to mouth and tradition. Mm-hmm. And so it gets tricky. Like, how much history is lost just because?
Well, you have a lot of things is whether or not, and you also have the naming culture of chiefs as well. So, how long was the chief's reign in specific? When it's possible his son, his son's son, and his son's son's sons all had the same name because they came from the same clan in that tribe.
Well, it's like the European tradition of naming like having up to the 8th of like the same.
Well, it's like you would have that's when you choose your regnal name, your name as king, versus what name you're given when and that's in the European tradition. There was a similar thing in Haudenosaunee culture where you would take a certain name when you became chief, whether you were war chief or a peace chief, and if you after you were chief, you had that name for life. But
I have a question in regards to, in like I'll say Indian just because it's easier.
I mean, it's in general, and
I've never met an Indian who was upset by me saying Indian. So
right.
In regards to naming with certain tribes and stuff, like it seems like there were families like part of the name would stay the same, but the other parts would be different.
Yep.
Like this family would be like the bear. It's like you have white bear, or you have. So was that a common tradition amongst different tribes?
Yes, in Cherokee, in the Cherokee tradition, the descendant I've got is the Deer clan. So when they married white and didn't have to walk the trail, because when you married and integrated into the American society, you were allowed to choose parts of the land to keep, and we kept our sacred lands and burial grounds and hunting land areas, and the Deer clan became the Deering family, and that's where the native line comes in from that, and then
Interesting.
But yeah, so they were the Deer clan because of the primary hunting profession. Just like you would have, so you would have like running deer or something like that. Or the same thing as like if you would have somebody from the the Hawk tribe.
almost treating like deer like a last name, and then like
yeah, treating it almost as a surname.
It's like we're all different, but are we?
And there are a lot of parallels because again, like it's whether or not you're looking at like why is a soap bubble round? Because it's the most efficient shape for it to occupy, right? So why is a name like that? You could switch the order and you have the Japanese nomenclature.
Yeah.
So like one of my reenactment names was Mizuno Kazuhiro. So Mizuno being the family name, and then Kazuhiro being the given name.
And then you got
similar thing.
Then you got confusing shit like what happened in Britain, or I don't know if it was just Britain or Europe, but like at some point they just decided that the way that they're going to do names is going to just be different going forward. So like essentially everybody kind of just got to choose their own name at some point, and a lot of people just chose certain names because they sounded more lordly. The only reason I know this is because I looked into my own last name. Pritchard is Welsh. And it essentially means son of Richard, but why couldn't I just be called Richardson? Right?
Because you're not
Richardson.
Norse.
Right, exactly.
You're not Norse. And the Norse form of it would have been Richardson because you would have been like Olaf or Olafsson or Olaf here.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've looked into it a little.
You would be, it's the Welsh form of it. So you're having to predate.
Which Richard? And which Richard though?
Probably Lionheart.
Well, probably, but there's a lot of Richards. When I asked an expert,
there are a lot of dicks in history. Wait,
yeah, there's a lot. I'd like to think Lionheart because a lot of reasons. We could look at coincidences, but like, just Mega Chad Lionheart. He's got Lionheart.
Yeah,
both of my parents were lions.
He was willing to fight the fight that no one else was at the time. And
both my mom and my dad
France dipped out on the Crusades. Richard balled. It's like, fuck it, we ball. Jerusalem
and that sounds,
now.
We are not getting invaded by the Muslims again.
This is not happening. Yeah, and that's like very Iron Age compliant of him. Just saying.
Also, AC, in regards to why your name is what it is, I blame the Welsh being the devil's tongue. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they have that fucking town name.
Dude, I can't read it.
Flam. Like one of my favorite novels as a kid, still now, is the Prydain Chronicles by Lloyd Alexander, and it's based on Welsh myth. The Black Cauldron. The Black Cauldron is from the Prydain Chronicles.
Okay, yeah,
it is so good. The books are so good.
I think that was read to me when I was a kid. Yeah.
The Black Cauldron, is that
also
not the
Welsh
Disney version? Or?
Okay, so the Disney movie is adapted from the first book, the Book of the Three, which deals with Taran foiling the Horned King and rescuing Princess Alumni. But the series Black Cauldron is book 3, where there's a whole character that was left out of the Disney series, which was the young prince of the land, who ends up sacrificing himself in the Black Cauldron to destroy it, finding honor, because he was kind of a scumbag, because you want Taran to win. Taran's like your main character, right? But he is not going to be king until the end. And the only reason he becomes king is because the prince sacrifices himself in that battle after being a complete scumbag for 3 books.
That's the only way you can get instant redemption, is if you self-sacrifice.
But because he tries to take the cauldron and use it to make his own undead army, and then he gets caught up by the evil king and fucked up. And then while everyone is down and about to be marched into lines to be put into the cauldron forcibly, he makes a run for it and jumps in it head first, and it destroys the cauldron.
I wonder what kind of symbolism a cauldron has.
It comes from Welsh paganism.
Yeah.
Well, right. But like, what are they talking about when they say?
Probably a womb. If you're going to take the Varg
Yeah.
school of it, like the Vikernes school of it, it'd be a womb reference because the cauldron births undead soldiers. You can also see it as a way of like alchemy and because alchemical zombie would be one of the ways in esoteric woo to make an undead soldier.
And that represents the transforming of man into something that looks like man but isn't man.
Isn't something one of those Neanderthal scaries from the Uncanny Valley, because there were, from what I understand, nine different humanoids that evolved. Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon being 2 of them. What happened to the other 7? Well, that could be.
Good question.
It could be that is where we get a lot of our differences in skeletal structure in between the different races. Instead of having a complete out of Africa theory, you have multiple different starting areas where these different hominids became modern humans.
Because look, you already have the Neanderthals, right? You have the Hobbit people.
Yeah. Well, you have Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon, and then there's 7 other kinds of hominids recorded. These are things that we found, but it gets suppressed all the time because anything that rocks the boat in archaeology or anthropology, they hate that shit.
It's a mess.
And it's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Why is it with myth? Go to the mythology of almost any culture. The stories have one of 2 things in almost every single story: the killing of a family member by one family member or another, or a bastard child born of a
royal line.
No, well, that too, but more
or out of divine nature,
from an adulterous affair.
Yeah,
you have those 2 things show up in almost every mythology story across the world. Why?
Well, because you're looking at a primal thing, but it's also, if you look at
that's true.
How are unexpected things supposed to come about? Because the core of any change is something jarring and sudden.
Betrayal.
So you're looking at like, say, Odysseus rolling a nat 1 on his navigation and pissing off Poseidon by saying, "I don't need you," and
accidentally landing in every woman on the way home.
You say Greek. Landing in.
If you're Greek, you're Greek. He's the Odysseus was the origin of the BGC meme.
He learned everything from Zeus.
Yeah. Other way around.
You could say that. You could say that very, very, very honestly.
They probably did emulate that a lot. I mean,
well, also I'm gonna shout out Stephen Fry's Greek retelling of the Greek myths in his trilogy. That it's if you want an easier, a more manageable and entertaining version of the Greek myth, if you try to read the old stuff and it's just too much, check it out. It's very good and it has a lot of.
I will say the translation of the Iliad that I read was quite dry. There are some that are pretty good. Now
others are lacking.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I felt that kind of way about Shakespeare to start with, but I guess that was mainly just because in high school they let you only read like Romeo and Juliet, and then Julius Caesar, which was a little bit more interesting, and then Macbeth, which I did a 1-man show of my senior year. But then that's it.
You can read.
You don't get any of the fun shit.
Watch The Lion King.
Just watch Lion King.
Oh, interesting.
No.
Without
getting Oh yeah, AC. Have you rewatched our movie? Have you watched our movie yet?
I actually told my wifey that that's the movie we're watching tonight. So nice. I'm on it.
On our show Iron Seas, we're supposed to talk about a movie. We put up this poll with all these great movie options. I
think it was a bunch of pirate movies I voted. I may have voted in that poll. I voted for Pirates of the Caribbean and Master and Commander because Master and Commander is fucking good.
I haven't even seen that one yet. I would like to watch
Oh,
it.
You are in for a treat,
Also,
Russell Crowe.
a real treat.
I made a video about it. Almost every movie on accident that we picked from the list, like 3 or 4 of them were made in 2003. It's like 2 or 3 from in 2003, one of them in 2002. I'm like, what about Captain Blood? You guys are missing out. That's a great movie and a really incredible.
We should add Captain Phillips to it.
The book is incredible. The movie
Okay.
from 1935 is good, and I enjoy it.
Okay. Interesting.
That book is incredible. It's almost like a precursor, or not a precursor, but a descendant of the Count of Monte Cristo kind of story, told in a similar way by a very prevalent author at the time. Very good stuff.
Mama's my mom takes a group of it. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, prayers for that. She should be back soon.
Yeah, she will be. But yeah, you're in for a treat on Master and Commander, and like I literally studied that movie when I wrote my novel, because it's hard to find
good age of sale stuff. It's so good.
I should have read the novel, to be honest, when I was writing my novel, but I was already in full swing. You were just
going. You were going.
Yeah.
You got bit. You got the bite, and then you were gone.
It was just easier to watch the movie.
Yeah.
But there's things about the novel.
Or listen to Captain Blood, the book. It's a very, very
Captain Blood. Who's the author?
Sounds awesome.
I can't remember. I'm looking it up because it pissed me off. I need to remember.
And I'll pull up some art here.
Captain Blood, 1935 film based on the Sabatini novel Captain Blood by Raphael Sabatini.
Yeah, he wrote a whole bunch
British
of stuff
rival of romance and adventure novels. Fucking based. Captain Blood. I'm gonna send this over to Dave and see if this is in public domain, because we may be able to do a printing of it for Bizarchives. So the outfit, you guys write for Iron Age, I write for Bizarchives. We recently had Bizarchives 6 release. A 0 HP Lovecraft, Frosca's, several people are in Bizarchives 6. Errol Flynn, all right, based. I'm in.
In like Flynn. No.
In like Flynn.
No, I played even in the video I made for the poll. I even had a clip from it. It was basically him calling out the bureaucracy of England and the British rule at the time, being like, what kind of animal? I can only imagine the kind of animal that can sit on a throne that can appoint someone like you to judge the qualities of better men. Something like that.
Right.
Yeah, completely schooled his ass.
It's like word.
We also had the Arthur Macken collection. That's some he's a supernatural horror. He's like a Godfather. He's a collection of terrifying tales from the Godfather of supernatural horror, and that's it's one of our newest releases in Bizarchives. It's run by Dave Martell, and that was where I got my first story published. It's called Grandma Moves In, and you can actually see it on my Substack.
That sounds like a Goosebumps title.
Okay, so yeah, R.L. Stine was a big. I will give him a big props, because he got me into the pulp style as a kid.
How did he ride the line of horror and children's book? It's such a hard line.
Lightning in a bottle hot sauce, my friend.
Also,
lightning in a bottle hot sauce.
You guys ever go over any of Robert E. Howard's horror stuff? Because that stuff is.
I'd imagine everything Howard did was.
Oh, he was gripping. So,
yeah.
So Arthur. So my story, Grandma Moves In. It is a cyberpunk type of body horror story. Essentially, a girl is put through that then court system into a subsidized program where a brain chip, essentially like the Neuralink, is put in to where bad thoughts can be pumped out and better thoughts can be pumped in for people who have problems with intrusive thoughts and obsessive thinking. And depending on whether or not depending on whether or not the government likes what you're talking about or doing, or if you're like a child who's been taken from their parents and put into the social services system, especially if you're looking at a more communist run society, or at least lip service communist run society run by a technocratic society, the technocratic nightmare, as the world that I wrote this story in. This girl gets put into this program, and then after she has a seizure and after the brain chip activates, she is remote piloted by someone else. Grandma has moved in and is using the brain chip to pump thoughts and then get it feedback style, like you would be wearing a virtual reality helmet. You can also somewhat think of the movie Gamer.
There's
in
an
that way.
element to that in a story I was writing too. It was it was only like a cliff note, but like that's in this partially dystopian kind of future. Seattle has just turned into a virtual city. People plug in and then they are maintained by machines.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so I took a character who grew up there, took him out of that, and then he goes to Hawaii in the story, which is turned into like the future Vegas of the world.
Oh.
I'm
digging it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
Like for someone who grew up there and who loves it, like
if you haven't finished that, polish it off and send it to Biz Archives, dude. It'd be cool. It might be cool.
I'd love to, man. Have you ever read the Howard story about the little people, the subterranean people, like the little people?
I haven't read that one.
Oh, it's this Scottish brother and sister. Like she goes to these ruins that the family say are cursed, and you never go there because of the spirits that live there. It turns out it was these tiny subterranean people that it all looks hopeless, and then suddenly the boy his blood remembers the old Scottish Highlanders who used to fight and kill these things like 1,000 years ago, and he goes ape crap on them. And basically it goes from it's like this guy goes to Hawaii. He leaves the electronic kind of 15-minute BS city kind of thing, and he encounters the Menehune in Hawaii, which is the Hawaiians' little people.
Oh hell yeah!
It's gonna. I need to work out a couple things in the way that it's delivered, but trying to balance like the high future technological world, then mixing it with the
natural wonder,
archaic horror.
Well, see, you see your 15-minute cities. That's where everything is, because your energy output is reduced either to sustainable green shit or your nuclear reactors that you can hide very, very well.
Hi, Katie.
Hey.
Long day?
Yeah, just found out that my new job benefits. I did the freaking math. The cheapest, you guys, this is fucking insane. So the cheapest coverage I can get for a family plan for health and vision is a month, $2,300. Hold on now. It is.
I'll just quote. I don't care.
It's like $700 and it's almost $800 more than our rent a month. But crazy. So then I went to like Wisconsin's website where you can try to get a plan, and they were like calling me off the hook. I got like 1 million phone calls and text messages like immediately off the hook, and got pissed about that. And then my best friend Sierra, who like we met at our preschool our kindergarten orientation. And like I think I was AM and she was PM or something, so we weren't in the same class, but like we met at the orientation, and our parents like let us do play dates. Like we became best friends, and since I was raised by my dad, like her mom got me my first bra. Like she's pretty much like, I was always over there staying the night, even on school nights, and she was like,
my mother was like that for several of my sister's friends.
I need to cultivate that for my own kids. I don't know any of their friends' parents.
Yeah, so it's like, it's just hard because her mom basically had a stroke and had to get like an operation to open up like a 99% blocked like artery in her brain. To go in there and clip that. But then when they did that, it like increased her blood by over 100% because she has some super rare thing called it's hyperpropionate prefusion or something, or perfusion. It's something weird like that. Yeah.
We know
So then
nothing
it-
about the human body.
And like meanwhile, she has like stuff in her legs that need to get like cleaned out like that too. But then so her original thing was on the left side, and then she ended up having another stroke in the hospital because of that hyperperfusion and perfusion, whatever you said. And so now she has something on the right, an embolism on the right side, and she was having seizures like every 15 seconds. So she's like intubated with like the feeding tube and like sedated. So she's like not conscious. It's pretty rough. And so my best friend lives in
Any
Fargo.
word,
What?
North Dakota.
Oh, I was
Yeah.
saying, is that her status now, or has it changed?
No, so that's how it is now. So like say this is Minnesota, and then like on the left is North and South Dakota. Like so like the top half is North Dakota, bottom half South Dakota. So Fargo's on the top border of Minnesota, and then Rochester is like south of the cities by like an hour and a half, I'd say. So like southern Minnesota. So
Yeah.
her mom lives in Rochester, southern Minnesota, and we're like the east of Minnesota in the middle, like border of Wisconsin and Minnesota. So we have to, it's like, I don't know, 2.5 hours. So I'm going to have to go down there maybe tomorrow or something.
I can definitely hear that in your accent now. The don't you know?
It's funny because I have been to so many different states and countries and for extended amount of times that I can hear Minnesotan accents, but I really, really don't have one compared to a lot of people.
Well,
and people
yeah,
hear.
I can tell that. Yeah, it's not as extreme, but like, cause like there was a job I worked for a call center to where I dealt with a lot of customers in the Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. I heard a lot of don't you knows and stuff like that. Oh, I've been.
That's if you're like, yeah, you have to be pretty in the sticks.
I'd hear them talking.
To have that.
Like,
but that's like Nebraska and Wisconsin a lot too, northern Minnesota. But I've had people from Minnesota ask, like, where is your accent from? I'm like, all over, you know.
For me, I have primarily a southern drawl, like you could probably tell. We have down here we don't have eyes in some of our words, like so you have a bowl or you have a bowl.
No, you start talking like that when you're down there too.
You'll boil your bowl to get the oil out of your bowl, or a crawfish broil.
Don't you tell me what I have to do with my bowl. No.
Seriously though, out of all the places I've been, if you stay like 2 weeks in the South, you're gonna talk like them. It's you're weird. You can't. You don't even notice.
It out, but it was the heat and humidity. But then, when I went up to see my friend Patrick back in the day when he was living in Boston, I would hear their accent. It's like they don't have no R's up there.
Yeah, you're never gonna know. That's the thing.
No R's, and I'm like, what the fuck are y'all saying?
All the time. Yeah, all the time I spent on
the. Like, that was swabby. Like, what the
I've never started talking like the East Coast shit at all, and I spent the most time there.
That's the funnest though.
I you fucking retard. Now I picked up some Boston speak because it's fucking hilarious, kid.
It is.
Revere Beach. I became the baddest dude in Revere after I fucking. Oh god.
I think it's so annoying.
Boston travelogue. I did a trip to Boston back when me and a friend of mine went up there to commemorate.
You and
No, me and a friend of mine named Patrick went up there in 2016, in July of 2016, we went for the 4th of July week to Boston to a friend of ours memorial. See, I originally met this guy in 2012 when I went to visit Patrick up there because like we had went to college together, and then he moved to Boston after he managed to try and start finding work up there and like had made friends with these people through World of Warcraft and moved in with them. So he moved in with his guild and was living in Boston in Beantown.
Dude, that's how you succeed on World of Warcraft.
I mean, when we were running together in our guild, me and him, it was a lot of fun. Like we ran from Wrath of the Lich King all the way through Pandaria and up to Legion, and then we kind of fell off of it.
D&D stuff when I was a kid.
Well, this was MMO stuff. This is MMO stuff, but D&D is a separate.
I know, but it makes me think of
dirty.
D&D.
Oh yeah,
I would have loved that when I was a kid. The closest I got to that was like Warhammer games, and that was.
I mean, Warhammer counts.
It's pretty close. You can roleplay Warhammer.
We roleplayed the.
See, the Fantasy Flight games systems. If you're looking for tabletop RPGs, it's going to be hard as hell because they're out of print now. But you might be able to find them on Drive-Thru RPG if you can get your hands on the Fantasy Flight games Warhammer systems. Dark Heresy, Only War, Rogue Trader, the Death Watch game for Space Marine, and the Chaos books are even good if you want to play Chaos. And they have rules for orcs. They have rules for Necrons. They have rules for Tau. So
I need to say something. It's been said on this cast before, but people in California would obsessively make fun of me for my accent, and
the way is non-existent though. Like
the way we say bag trips them the fuck out because they're like, say bag again, bag, and I'm like, okay, they say we say it like we're begging someone, and I'm like, if you can't tell the difference between bag and bag, you're a fucking problem, dude. Because you're begging someone. It's an E.
Bag of potatoes.
Bag. Like eggs.
Katie, I love how aggressive about it you are. Okay. You're like, it's not you have a problem, it's you are a problem.
So here's a question for you.
We see, no, you don't call it an A. That's not ABC, bitch. It's ABC.
Well, it depends on, right? Is it Aether or Aether?
Okay. Ether.
Is it Aether? Okay. So let me ask you this.
Because it's a different it's a different dialect of the E. You can pronounce it different. Is it a hard E? Soft E?
So
like
the question I have for you is, when you color as a child, you color with blank. What is it? Crayons.
Crayons, yeah.
Crayons.
No, you say crowns. To me, that sounds like crowns, not crowns like a fucking king. Crayon. C-R-A-Y-O-N.
Okay, hold on.
Crayon.
Calm the fuck down. Listen to my words.
I think you should have been slapped as a child. No.
A crown.
You have a more
and
pronounced
crayon.
O. You have a more pronounced O.
I still use the Y. Crayon.
Yeah, I know.
Crayon.
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 So when I hear the words that are coming out of your mouth, but they don't make no sense.
Fucking Just kidding.
Bro, it's like when I go to Hawaii, it's like the same thing. I start talking
first
with the
ex-fiance
locals.
said like that, and I tortured her over that shit. She was like, "Hey, babe, say crowns again." Fuck you.
Say crowns again.
There's even this old Hawaiian comedy bit about this local who he wanted his son to have a better life. So he sent his son over to the mainland to get an education. He comes back. He's like, "No, son, you gotta speak proper kind English. Repeat after me. Here or here, here. No, son, proper kind English. Here.
Kind.
Damn it, son.
Kind. The kind.
Here.
Oh.
My friend Jimmy, when I was growing up in middle school, was Polynesian, and his mom was Hawaiian, and she would say "Dakine" all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Doesn't that mean like it's all good or something like that?
Uncle and the whole thing.
Doesn't that mean like it's all good or?
What's that?
What?
It's kind of
no,
like
Dakine. It's like it's a universal thing. Like
I thought it meant like all good.
It's kind of like the F word. You can use it for anything. Kind of.
Yeah, give me the like kui in Russian.
Squanch.
Yeah, like give me the that thing. The kind.
Do you know Russian?
The good English. No, I know bits and pieces of lots of different languages because I've studied loanwords. Yeah.
I know Spanish. Burrito.
I said, "Bitch, shut up."
Taco. Uno.
Uno.
Gorlada.
Yeah.
Tortilla.
But, like.
Tortilla.
I did some like study of Japanese because like I think it was around like 2013, 2014. Rosetta Stone was giving away like permanent keys for $200.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
like,
Wow.
fuck it, get level 1 through 3 Japanese. But I didn't complete level 1 through 3. I did some of it, but
That's
Japanese has a lot of
procrastination is a bit.
a lot of their words are just words stolen from other languages, badly pronounced.
Can everyone repeat after me?
What?
Mange.
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 Mon.
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 Q.
Q.
Q. Let's
Q.
with an L. Mange mon Q.
Mange.
Mon
Q.
All right, now that's eat my ass.
Is that Russian?
No, it's French.
That's French.
Mange mon Q.
Mange
It's like
mon
wiping my
Q.
ass with silk.
Mange. So like, yeah, I mean, I took French in my first year of college, and that was
French
one
is
of
such
the
a
few
nasally
classes.
language.
It
It
is
is.
Honestly.
legit.
It is.
Like I was told when doing pronunciations, like you need to push it through your nose because proper French is pushed through your nose.
Mange mon Q. Mange mon Q.
That's why it's Han.
Even
instead
their
of fusion.
construction
I suck at
equipment sounds
French.
different. Have you heard it?
Oh, oui, oui. Oui. Oui, oui.
There goes our French audience.
Mange mon shit. That means eat my
Tu es français?
pussy.
I
Did
figured
you
it
hear me?
out.
Shit.
But
bro.
yeah, I mean, as far as that was the
Dummy.
only story that I had published by them. But I've got other things I'm working on. Like
come
I
here.
might release. I'm probably going to release Cult of the Asp through that imprint.
The dogs
yeah.
ran up.
I've got
like,
a couple of
"Did you
other
eat a
things
cat?"
that I'm working on that might be like more Sursova
Hi, buddy.
style.
Hi, buddy.
I haven't
Little
looked
potatoes.
into Anvil's submissions or like what you guys like do as far as that goes.
They
But
tend to have kind of a theme for each like kind of
Each
setup. Like
magazine,
you
yeah.
can put it on the website pretty much. Like you just follow the prompt and you can post your story that way.
I've seen the prompts there. But I
To
was
get on
talking
in the
more
magazine, you got to do it at the right time, and then
right. Yeah, I mean that is one of the things that I've learned. I've seen talking with Dave and just kind of being on that side of things, at least for Bizarchives. You can see the amount of stuff that it takes, especially like I've talked to him while he's doing layout, and it's like, damn, dude, I haven't got into Screebus yet, but I'm probably going to at some point to start helping out.
Well, the
with
great
that.
thing is there's a whole bunch of different options. So maybe if your story doesn't fit for one at this time, maybe it'll fit in another kind of group or magazine or website. And
Well, Cult of the Asp is a sword and sandal noir. So detective noir set in Roman Alexandria.
That's awesome.
Yeah, see, it's a cool idea. I'd have to read it to know if it works.
Well,
kind of like The Long Moonlight by Razor Fist. It doesn't work for everyone. I enjoy it. I enjoy his second book a lot better.
Right.
But yeah, it's not going to work for everyone.
Yeah. I mean, I'm like, as far as stuff to check out, I've got the Eagle. I'm probably going to look at John Douglas because he's got that Black Crown series.
Black Crown.
I mean, because when it comes to like going back on the Warcraft topic, when we played Warcraft, we played Horde, we played Orcs.
Yeah.
And
it's one of the best Orc books I've read. Period. It's
right.
And it more than that, it's just a really solid fantasy book. He knows what he's doing. I have a couple of issues with the ending a little bit. But the book is so full. Like, there's so much that I like. Me and Lord Otter talked about this. There's so much about that book that I enjoy that it overrides any criticism I may have for it.
That's fair.
There's a lot of really good stuff in there. I did a little reading for him recently. I basically took the 3 Orc brothers and figured out all of their voices and how to play it, and it took a while.
No.
It was cool.
That's cool. So you play Orc voices. So if you've never done Dungeons and Dragons before,
I've done a version of a Cyberpunk Savage Worlds kind of thing.
Okay.
And
so have you ever heard of Shadowrun?
I've heard of it. Never.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I ran Shadowrun 5th edition at DragonCon in 2013 or 2014, and I was actually I'm not credited because Catalyst Games Labs doesn't credit people.
Catalyst not being cool.
Oh yeah, Catalyst screwing over independent writers. What is this? No, I clarified the fucking addiction rules.
Blame Pardo who? Anyway,
I clarified the addiction rules for 5th edition Shadowrun. And the orcs in Shadowrun are a product of goblinization. That was all the way back in 1st edition Shadowrun.
Makes it sound like a political stance. Goblinization.
No. It was an event that happened. It was an event that happened when magic spiked. The first set of metahumans that came out were like dwarves and elves when magic first awakened. The dragons happened. 2013. The Shadowrun start. Then a little bit further goes on, and you have the first case of goblinization, where people spontaneously, overnight or over the course of about a week, transform into orcs and trolls, and it is a very painful transformation.
I want to know how you guys feel about the email I just sent back to HR. I said, I'm sorry, those prices cannot be accurate, ? That would mean the cheapest family plans for vision, dental, and health would be, and then I said the totals. I said, that's this much more than my rent. I'd never be able to pay my rent, let alone my bills. I don't understand how anyone could ever be able to afford that. Could you confirm those prices are accurate?
That's very fair.
Yeah. No,
let's see if
there's anything else that they could possibly get you. Is it just a pay, just to ask, they pay you, you get are they taking it out of each check, or are they taking it? Because most work insurance, from my perspective that I'm familiar with, but I live, down here in the South, right to work states, different kinds of benefits that are available. So it's usually $20-$30, but that's the single plan. For a family plan, it might be $100 or something taken out of every check over the course of the year that you work for them.
Yeah, it really depends.
And it says every pay period too, so I know it's accurate. It's just insane.
$1,100 every pay period? Holy fuck!
Mm-hmm.
That is highway.
It would be $2,300 a month, and our rent is $1,515.
That's highway robbery.
That's what I said. There's no way we'd be able to afford anything. My checks every 2 weeks and I make $25 an hour starting, so my checks every 2 weeks, I would get after taxes and all of that, I would maybe get $500 every 2 weeks. I can't even pay my rent, let alone all my bills.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure
out. That's pretty
out.
Wild. That can't be accurate, right?
It could
look into it.
I've seen things.
I've seen, depending on the health insurance market in your state, it could be, because I live down here in the South where everything is a fraction cheaper. However, most places, the South Reconstruction never technically ended. It's been 10 years behind everywhere else in the country, as a normal public utility technological level. As far as high-speed internet, I didn't get high-speed internet at this place where I live here on my mother's land until this time last year, April of last year, 2023.
I'm telling you, man, Starlink kicks ass.
I mean, when it comes to the wider seas, I'm definitely interested, because they make a naval version that can go on a boat, and I want to build a boat. So
they make one you can pack up and take anywhere.
That's what I'm saying.
You have power.
And when I try to respond to HR, it's saying their email address, but it will literally email me and only me. I'm seriously about to fucking lose my shit about everything in life. What the fuck is happening?
I'm sorry.
YouTube, I would never encourage violence against anyone. But I would understand if someone wanted to be violent in this moment.
I can definitely understand smashing. I can maybe understand breaking your phone in that sense.
I need to put the Twitter post out today, but I made a video for it already. But I do live readings on my YouTube. for live streams. So if you ever want a chapter of a story or a short story, something you've written to be read aloud to some sort of audience.
Well, we do have a audiobook version of BZA1, but if you want to get on my Substack, is Grandma Moves In is on my Substack there, the short story. If you want to give a reading of that.
Grandma Moves In. Let me text myself real quick. Reminders, I don't use a calendar. Me texting myself is the only way I remember anything. Siri, text the man. Grandma moves in. Grandma moves in.
Grandma.
Yeah, you can find
Grandma
that.
sets me straight.
You can find that on my Substack. It should be like the most recent post.
Yeah, no, that sounds cool, man. It was a cool idea.
Well, I mean, when I first read of Neuralink, I was on 4chan poll in a space elevator thread, screaming at space elevator. It's like, you cannot trust tech. None of the tech bros are going to allow us to escape this rock. They are going to nuclear war us to death. Samson Looms, my sandwich board. I have a little bit of a sandwich board thing. It happens when you are touched by the other side. When you have these experiences.
What other side?
Touched
where?
When you have the woo, reach and put in your hands in your brain.
I got you.
Like this in your brain. Reaching through the back of your head.
This Godzilla kaiju doll.
Show me on this puppet where you've been touched.
Yeah, like in the back of the head. That's generally like
the really creepy ones, like, I'll touch you. Tell me when to stop, and that's where they did it. Okay,
that's where they did it.
Wait a second.
At that point, you about to.
Like, I don't believe in the justice system anymore.
Yeah,
I don't believe in anything.
But when you're looking at that, it gives you some crazy. And if you look at the situation now, especially. You have a potential for a limited nuclear exchange between Iran and Israel. Who knows how that could go, but it's going to set off a whole bunch of shit. So if you're looking at nuclear doctrine, the way as soon as somebody starts throwing bombs, I'm pretty sure everybody's doctrine is to start throwing them to whoever they didn't like. So you're going to see exchange between
if everybody's firing off shots, you don't want to be the one person
who doesn't get any in.
Just get shot and didn't put off a shot. It's a weird thing in human nature. You don't want.
Oh, dude, my
even playing Helldivers too. It's like there are moments when you realize, oh, I'm not going to make it, but I will kill them.
I've seen something really weird in Helldivers. Is that there's a guy who posted a clip where he was like the only guy left out of his squad, and then some other Helldiver ran into the pod with him. I'm like, what the fuck?
It's just a fun glitch, yeah.
This is the plot of Fallout again. The 60-minute war, the 30-second war. I forgot what it was called, but it's the great war where everybody did that.
All the nukes.
Everybody whipped out the big boys and they blew their load in 30 seconds.
Which the show elaborates on, but I won't spoil anything. But
I mean, well, when it comes to things like this, I watch or read everything from the director's chair. So you can spoil shit for me; it doesn't matter. I will be, unless you give me an absolute play-by-play, it's not going to ruin it.
I'll put it in the private chat. Chat.
I already know what happened. I have no interest in watching it. I never played the game.
Yeah, no, I played the games, and that's why I'm not watching the show.
Yeah, everybody's like, yeah, it was really good, and then that last episode. My friend was like, hey, we need someone to raid. Can you come on? I'm like, what about? He's like, Fallout. I'm like, do I need to know anything about it? He's like, no. I come on. I'm like, this piece of... I went off for about 3 or 4 minutes. Like, all right, boys. Take it from here.
It's like you got gratuitous sex scene in the first episode, and then moving on from there, and you get a couple of stuff where they chew up some scenery, but outside of that, it completely dumps on the lore of the games. And then
you have Shogun doing such a great adaptation of the book.
Yep.
The show is amazing, and I love it.
Yep.
Now,
So he loves blackberries, and I got him some, and they must be a little more sour, because he fucking.
It is early in
got
the blackberry
angriest
season.
look on his face. He was like,
Oh,
and then
poor
like started
buddy.
growling like he does when he's mad about
He
stuff.
growls when he's mad. Yeah.
Oh, poor buddy.
Poor kid.
Yep.
Oh.
Maybe I was like, down here, blackberry plants have started to put off shoots. Muscadines have started to put off shoots.
Do you guys get a lot of blackberry bushes where you guys live?
Absolutely, I'm covered up in them. Like the property where I live on is, I live on a 21-acre strip out here, and this, I would say, about a quarter of it is blackberry thicket and plum thicket.
Trees?
I live in Washington. It's a pandemic here.
Blackberries?
Blackberry bushes, you can't even kill them here. They
will grow back.
You said
cane,
black.
Eat 'em.
You said kill.
I've got canes that are as thick around as my thumb.
You said thick.
And
no, Katie.
I mean,
thick.
Yeah, like I'm getting some pathways carved in this thicket to where we can irrigate some of them, and I will have enough blackberries to add to the wine.
Hell yeah!
It's gonna sound like a joke and look really wrong, but we've had a couple as thick as 3 or 4 of my fingers put together.
I believe you. I believe you. To where if you cut them down, you could probably use it like a vine staff, except it's got fucking saw teeth on the bit.
Oh, here, buddy. Do you need a banky to land?
Hypodermic needle saw
Almost
teeth.
got yours in the wash. Here.
Don't say needle around Seattle. People are excited.
Get some Chaz residents.
Some Chaz people. It's like, hey, y'all got any more of that black tar hero?
You got any more of that blackberry?
There you go, baby.
No, there was a tree in my childhood house in Minneapolis that was like a mulberry tree.
Mulberry.
Basically a little blackberries, you know. You get any of those?
Yep. Where my grandparents, when they moved to Alabama from Jacksonville, Florida, they got a mulberry tree and planted it out there when my mother was really, really young. And one of her jobs on the farm in those days in her youth was to take a slingshot and keep the birds out of the mulberry tree.
Oh yeah.
What a fucking sperm wrangler.
Is that a job title at a brothel?
No, sperm wranglers are actually an actual job title. Which I was gonna ask if that was her job on the farm, but now I know it was. What a bitch! How are you gonna do that to some birds?
It's like
you can't let them eat your shit.
If you samples from
get a scarecrow like everyone else.
Scarecrows don't work against birds down here, hun.
Maybe you should fucking set out food for them,
bro. You don't matter how much you feed them; they will consume everything.
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, then get some chicken. I don't know, dude.
I mean,
I don't have a good solution.
Mulberry trees get too tall for that, but most of the time, for the ones we get fruit off of, we keep the arbors shorter, and they do have netting to where we don't have as much of a problem.
Fine, she's not a sperm wrangler. God, but your dad is.
Old man, yeah, no. His thing was stomping on coke and fucking fighting chickens. So
yeah, I know.
It's a little different than slingshotting birds.
Well, yeah, I don't want to hear about bird fighting. I'll kill him.
No. When I was
in Minecraft,
8, I was given a 2-shot Derringer that was 45, and it was
that's a big old boy.
He loaded it with 45 ACP and a 410 slug, and I was told that if somebody didn't want to pay up, I had to try and talk them out of their bird, because that was the scam. Is you would bet, and I'm good at manipulating the book to where you will bet against me, you will lose, and you're gonna owe me, the little kid, about like $200. And I could say, you could do me the bird, and if they still don't want to pay up, I was to take that Derringer, shove it in their nutsack, say they tried to touch me, and I'm going to pull the trigger if you don't give me your wallet.
Christ. No wonder you are the way you are.
Like I said, it was redneck Tony Montana.
I mean that in a good way, though.
To try and take
a friend of the family lost.
We don't like boring people on this show.
He lost $18,000 gambling in cockfighting in the 1970s Hawaii. You know how
Wow.
much money that
What
is
is wrong
there
with you
in the
motherfuckers?
Oh yeah. Oh, a lot. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Oh,
It
Oh
was
God.
8,000 of his money and 10,000
Oh, a lot,
of
he
his dad's
says.
money. He had trained the chicken. It had stronger legs.
Oh
It
wait,
was the
maybe
best
doesn't talk.
cockfighting. He went from like $200 to $8,000 betting on his own chicken. And
Yeah.
then it did its thing. It hurt the other chicken. The other chicken was on the ground swinging its leg, and it just nicked him right on
And
the throat.
yep, you had a wild spur.
I really
Wild
hate
spur.
people so much.
Yeah,
dude.
no, I absolutely fucking hated that shit. The difference
It
between
makes me sick.
human combat sport and animal blood sport is that an animal does not have a way to cut its fight or flight thing off.
They don't have a fucking choice, dude.
We
This
as
is sick.
men, when we get into the ring, you can cut it on and you can cut it off. Boxers will still associate with each other. A lot of the, I have so much beef with him, hate his guts. Now that started with Muhammad Ali and essentially what you would call the golden era of pro boxing, which my granddad was active in. He was trained by Angelou Dundee. And
I wonder if women have a harder time turning on and off their fight and flight response. Girl fights were always way more brutal when I was younger.
Yeah, no, they have trouble turning it off. My mother told me this.
You need to have a strong. If you're like a mother.
If it's to the point that they are fighting, you can't cut it off. There's no excuse. You cannot cut it off until it's dead because we're gone by that point.
Yeah,
yep.
That's fair.
The tiger is all the way in the fucking cave, and there
As
is no
a woman, I'm interested that you guys are all like speculating. No one's bothering.
I mean, I'm just saying.
I expected you to jump in at any time.
Yeah,
you're not shy.
That's where I was at.
Don't be silent, but I'm telling you, like, this is how my mom explained it to me because she did boxing as a child, as a young woman too. Because Golden Gloves is a thing, dude.
Oh, yeah.
My granddad was instrumental in getting USA boxing, amateur boxing out.
I think it doesn't matter what gender you are. I think some people have self-control and some people don't.
Well, I mean, yeah, you'll have your individuals too, but I mean, if you look at it from a evolutionary standpoint of like caveman days,
yeah, like you said, the tiger's all the way in the cave.
All the way in the cave. There's no more defense. It's to everybody. Because like I've seen it in old men too. Like how is it described? Old man strong. Where
old man strength, yeah.
After you get to be about 45, you get hard muscle in certain places, and you just knock the shit out of people, and it hurts the hell out of them. Like I've seen some of these older guys in the boxing gyms that will just lay these fucking younger dudes out. Not you fuck around, you will
how much
find
that
it
has
out.
to do with age, and how much that has to do with like doing
Experience.
hard labor jobs.
Hard labor jobs will do it. Hard labor jobs will do it your entire life if you're into certain sports for that long.
What did you say, Katie?
She's just pointing.
She's being Beavis.
You just said hard.
Oh, I thought
settle down,
you
Beavis.
suck hard. Anyway.
You said thick.
You said hard.
Settle down, Beavis.
Again.
Well, guys, we are approaching the 3 hour and 40 minute.
Shut up! I just got here.
You're right. We'll keep rocking on.
God, what is wrong with you?
I was just wanting to say, let's rock on as long as we can.
With your cock on.
Yep.
Yes.
I mean,
that's why he decided to announce, guys. We've been going for about 3 hours and 40 minutes. Let's go for another 2.
Let's keep going.
He just wants to bone because he was like dying sick.
Yeah, I was dying moments before.
One whole day, so he's like dying over here.
Well, I wouldn't say moments, but I would definitely say like minutes or like hours.
What are you talking about?
Hours.
During the interview with CBS, he described it as not very much fun.
It was not a good time.
What the fuck am I missing here? What happened?
Being sick is not fun.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
Last time I had
especially when you are
stomach stuff like that was I'd almost given myself alcohol poisoning. It was years and years ago. I would say about probably 2010, 2011-ish. I know it was shortly after I'd gotten thrown out of college the first time.
Oh.
And
I knew better than to go to college.
well, I mean, it's like I was kind of had limited options, and I was trying to follow, a family path because several of my family members went to Jacksonville State University, and
no judgments, honestly.
I wanted to go for music because I was in band all throughout high school, and that was just like, there you go, something to do with college. And I tuned around with things like Fruity Loop Studio and other things like that. So I was like, okay, go ahead and get more of the music theory in me, because they don't teach you that down here in band class. Like, I've talked to kids from rich schools. It's like, oh yeah, we had this as grades in band. It's like, they don't just give y'all 100 because you march. What? Okay, let me explain to you band class down here.
Zan,
it is about marching band. It is about the period of time from August to December, if you can make it all the way to state. Yep. And my senior year of high school, Gunnersville High School, we went all the way to state. Football team, it had a full marching season, competitions, and the whole shebang. And like, part of the thing of doing band is when you do one part of band, you have to do all of it in most schools down here. So if you're in marching band, you are also in concert band. And if you're a certain kind of musician, you're in jazz band. So because I could play saxophone and drums, and I could read music,
you were in jazz band.
Yeah, if you were good, you were cool, you were in jazz band. Jazz band was like super cool.
I was never
super
cool
crazy
enough to play
fun
an instrument.
That was all the losers at my school. Like the not popular kids, but really the way better than, popular people were fucking stunty. So
and the whole thing with band down there is that if your school is not that rich, most of the time you're not getting music theory in your band lessons. You are being taught how to play it. Yeah, you're getting instructions on how to play, and then you are being led through the song. And like, they'll do all kinds of other methods except for teaching music theory.
Sorry, as opposed to what though? I guess I'm a little confused.
So like in music theory in college, I had to learn the circle of fifths. And it is the first time I had ever seen the circle of fifths, and I had a band career that started in 6th grade.
Like music theory, like, so he's saying instead of teaching a man how to fish, they just give you a fish.
They give you a fish and tell you to clean it. They give you a fish and show you how to clean it, so you can prepare the big fish dinner for the judges on high. Because if you can,
instead of teaching you how to fish,
so you don't understand why it is that way or what chords are or any of that shit. You
or
just
how the fishing pole works, or
you
any
learn
of
how
that.
to play your instrument. And you then learn more and more in that, and you can do somewhat of self-taught, like anybody who went to, the concert band competitions like district and all state and tried to try out for that stuff where you had to send in an audition or you had to go and audition a solo and ensemble. Everybody had to do solo and ensemble, though. That was one that everyone had to go do for Alabama Bandmaster stuff. But outside of that, you were taught marching stuff, because everything that matters is this kind of pipeline that goes from high school band into college band and then drum and bugle corps. So
that sounds about right.
Yeah, so I'm a drummer who can read music. So band directors, they like that. So okay, I went from Etowah to Gunnersville, and then my senior year at Gunnersville, I played drums during marching season because I got on snare for that, and that's because they didn't have 5 basses. So I was like, well, do you have another snare? I can do that too.
Yeah, this is I think you've identified another one of those points that people are talking about when they say that the school system is designed to create factory workers and stuff.
Yeah.
After the Great War, basically, you're right. Like, if they implemented more actual theory from the get-go and actually taught these kids how to fish.
That's the thing is, like, okay, so
but that's not the point.
Yeah,
it's the point is clapping seals. It's like watch us make these kids perform, and if the kid has fun performing, then maybe they'll go on to be a musician.
Yeah,
instead of let's create musicians.
So it's like, yeah, you're right. So like you know, but say like somewhere like if you are, I noticed like South Side, some of the richer schools or schools with at least better funded band programs that didn't have school boards that were stealing from the kitty. They had music theory worked into their lessons to where you had tests in band, and I'm like, bro, no, this is literally a participation grade for how well we do at competition.
Mm-hmm.
But in the bands I was in, we always had a kick-ass drum line, and I always had a lot of fun doing marching band, and concert band was okay just because you got to play some of the more esoteric pieces. But at the same time, it wasn't nowhere near what it should have been. And
marching
so I get
band always felt military to me. But that's all right.
It is, but I had a lot of fun hoo-ah with that because at that
fun.
point we're the auxiliary artillery for the football team on the field. And down here in the South, football is a huge thing. So marching band is a little bit more prevalent. But when I got to college, I'm looking at the circle of fifths, it's like, holy shit. But it made a whole lot of things, made a whole lot more sense.
Guys, I'm going to have to tap out and head out of here. Also, listening to this conversation, you guys need to read the 4th Stormlight book, Rhythm of War. Okay. It gets into music theory as a science in regards to magic and things of that. It's very interesting.
I'm down.
It's good stuff. But hey, AC, thanks for having me on. Katie, thank you for having me on. Will,
nice to see you as always.
Always welcome, brother.
I'm not going to do a woo today.
We'll see you around.
I think we need some more seal clapping, so let's see.
Yeah, let's get some seal clapping. Yes, I like it.
Ma'am.
Take it easy, Kahuna.
Out.
Yeah.
That was
He's
interesting.
The dude. Yeah, he's the dude. He's the dude.
Do you guys have each other on Twitter? Like, have you talked to him?
No, I've never seen him before, so that's new. I'll have to check him out.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. He's awesome.
So of the Iron Age people, I've got Lord Otter, I've got you guys, John Douglas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Good choices so far.
That's I originally found the whole thing was when John Douglas got I think he was reposted by Sir Sova, and it was back when I had my original Twitter account, which started as a in-game account for my Warcraft character for my because we had me and Pat had guilds on Alliance and Horde on our server. Since it was RP server, we played on Rest Accord. So it was the fun RP server, also the high drama RP server. Not really like drama as in player conflict, but drama as in scripted stuff. Like we had actual plot lines going on with
that's cool.
With good show writers.
It was an elaborate exercise for writing.
It was not Earpshire.
Right. What's Earpshire?
Like gold. Okay, so Earpshire or Goldshire is where a lot of the erotic role players go. There's a server in World of Warcraft called Moonguard. So if you look up Moonguard memes, that's where all the fucking horny posters are. The people who deserve the 100,000 bonk.
That's ridiculous. So that's where all the fantasy romance readers are.
Yeah, that's where all the horny posters are. The fantasy romance stuff like that. The erotic roleplay. Moonguard is the server for that. Wormrest Accord was the server for serious roleplay.
That's what he's using. You got a mic on your headset, right?
Yes.
Yep.
That is what I'm using.
I got one too. So when I do Andy's interview, I want to do it on a separate. On my laptop, so now I have like a headset with a mic that I can do that from a different room.
Yeah,
and
I got this one, the Razer. It was just on sale at Walmart, and
I got mine from a job that I don't work at anymore.
Now
I quit to take this job because it was $10 for an hour, and the other one was
argue with that.
also had commission though, so it was $15 an hour plus commission and good benefits. And this, they talked up the benefits, so I'm pretty pissed.
I feel that. Like,
You put that over on top of my keyboard, baby. Andy, what the fuck?
Oh, sorry.
Like, that's why I tell you to observe things.
Yeah.
You just blindly do shit, man. Dudes, I swear to fucking God, y'all's crazy. Set it over there. Thank
and you wonder why I'm single. I know exactly why. But I don't have
man. We bitches.
Well, I've made the argument several times. I've had 9 relationships, 2 of which were engagements, all of which the women walked away. But that's them's the slices when you either have the option of washing out as a farmer's wife because there's not much in the moonbeams dreams that I've got.
The trash took itself out.
Oof. You could say that, but after 9, after a number of that at least that number, you would say that the common denominator was me.
Well,
and
I mean, maybe, but
I
also
learned my lessons from that.
Also, I truly believe that like people that aren't meant, like they obviously weren't meant for you, so it's it's just better off that way. And
I mean, I would also say it does somewhat luck out in this point, because if I can somehow get the cash together to build my boat, then I don't necessarily have to worry about if I were to shipwreck having to widow an orphan.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a little grim, dude. Why are you trying to get in a shipwreck?
Well, I'm just saying it happens. I'm not trying to. I'm pretty good. Yeah. I'm pretty good already as far as freshwater navigation. From my granddad's stuff, sailing around Lake Gunnersville, as I did growing up with my mom and her side of the family. Like I learned pretty early on how to manage a sailboat, and there are differences. So like there's a course you can take from the American Sailing Association. It's about a $2,000 week and a half long course where you make a blue water passage, and they teach you how to do it to where you can then be certified to, like, if you were taking people one place to another. But
what does that mean, a blue water passage?
A blue water passage means you are passing either through international waters or passing from one coastline, a body of land, to like a actual island farther than 5 miles off of the coast. So the distance, say, from Key West to the Caymans, or the Cayman Islands, or like from the Caymans to Jamaica, Port Royal, or something to like say
soft boobies.
Something, say, like from Miami to San Juan. That's a blue water passage.
Okay.
They're like far enough out to be considered like ocean.
Sorry for interrupting with my questions. I just was confused.
If you have questions, shout them out, because otherwise I will use jargon and assume you know what I'm talking about.
I have so many questions all the time.
I'd be interested in what you think of the first 33% of my novel.
You know why I know why he brought that up, because he was thinking about how when he has read, when he reads to me, like he read me his book, and like no matter what he writes, I will interrupt him fucking constantly when he's reading it to me to ask him questions. So he immediately thought of that. I know that's why.
If you're talking to me as an author, I'm gonna ask you, like, have you dug into any lore about that, or is this just there for scene dressing? Like, I'm gonna ask you questions about stuff like that.
It's usually it's something that if I just shut the fuck up, my question would be answered if I let him like finish a sentence or read the next one or the paragraph or whatever.
That's a little different than
probably
the
irritating.
I normally get driven towards. Like, if you mention the name of a deity, I might quiz you a little bit about that, or like the name of a country. Like, if you've ever read David Eddings' The Belgariad, he released his background notes, preliminary studies that he did in a book called the Revan Codex. I will put that in the little chat there.
such a patient. Did you interrupt me, or did you unmute me?
Yeah.
So Andy never interrupt, or God damn, I can't talk. He never gets mad when I interrupt him. He's like really, really patient and calm and shit. So but I'm sure it's still, I think, like I can feel that he's irritated sometimes because or like frustrated, because it's frustrating. But
well,
he doesn't
especially if you're good at reading out loud. People would tell me that I am. I don't think I am, just because I trip over words a lot because I'm tongue-tied. Literally.
That's everyone, I swear to God.
This is as far as my tongue goes out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're literally tongue-tied? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Literally tongue-tied.
There you go. That probably, I mean, there's got to be some unique...
There is some advantage of it. It does make it to where you can talk faster because there is a shorter return from my mouth to my teeth for certain consonant pronunciations in English.
You can be a rapper, yay!
That's what my first thought was.
Not that fast, and I'm not that slow. I was able to do some of the Kennedy speeches in history class, like at Kennedy's speed.
Kennedy was a beast.
Yeah, when it comes to public speaking, yeah, he was fast. Nobody was faster than him at that time as far as public speaking, of talking and being understood. So he was able to pack a lot in.
But yeah, no, the sailing aspect is not just scene dressing. It's actually,
okay.
It's the driving force of the plot, and like one of the main reasons the protagonist is there. But the thing is since my story spent a good deal of time in the open ocean aboard I view it as like an age of exploration era.
Age of sail style vessel. So you're looking at
three master.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, big one, big boy.
Big galleon.
I specifically say in the book it's the biggest ship mankind has ever made, and that's true. That's why it's kind of a big deal. So it's probably it's probably bigger than the biggest ship we historically know.
Come on, Bubs.
Just because everything is cranked up in fantasy.
Yeah.
But
I'm digging the concept. So it is an Age of Sail fantasy style thing.
That's where it starts, and it turns into a first contact story. I'm a huge fan of, dude. Our conversation tonight has made me realize that we are into a lot of the same things as far as history. We could have just continued to go on and on about Rome, and I'm sure some of the listeners will thank us for not, but others are probably like, man, go back to Rome.
Go back to Rome. It's like, no, maybe I'm like, I might do a Sell Me the Woo episode where it's just me. And I go through the whole thing.
Yeah, dude.
That regression was very, very long. And then there was the other one where it was Japan. That was a two different ones, and one of them got interrupted because I had to go help a friend move in the middle of this. And so I'm tripping balls off doing this. I'm helping him pack everything up into his truck, and then I walk over to my friend Kyle's house, and I was like, "Hey, Kyle," talking to him for a little bit, and they're watching this History Channel thing about the Hanjo Masamune, and I'm like, "Hold on, pause this shit right now, because I'm about to tell you how me and my second ex-fiance plotted a shadow run to steal the Hanjo Masamune from where it is currently in Georgia."
That's so fucking crazy.
In Wilcox County, Georgia, there is the Moore family. Cole D.B. Moore was the man listed on the forums in Japan as having taken ownership of the Hanjo Masamune from the last of the Tokugawa family up there.
Oh, hell yeah.
So he then got out of the army, went back to his civilian life in Georgia, and it was passed down through his descendants. So once I found this through a fucking forum post because they tried to shop this to the History Channel guys when they were researching the thing. They got in touch with the family, but the family refused to get in touch with the Japanese government to try and even look at identifying the sword. So I'm like, oh, that means it's definitely the one.
Yeah.
Because that means it's a historical artifact with who knows crazy fucking value. So we plotted a shadow run where kind of found, okay, so this might be their house because it's a nice house and they have kind of the same last name. It's like, well, let me tell you how we would shadow run it. You essentially pose as a buyer. If you can identify that, you try to get them to show you where it is. That is very typical. But at the same time, if it's in a safe, there are several ways around this. Or if it's in a deposit box, there are several ways around this. But it was just spitballing at the time. But I told them this story. I'm tripping my balls off, and then I go back to my apartment and then continue the regression, which led, kind of further back to Tokugawa era Japan. And it was like, huh. So that's why it's collecting fucking swords. Because because it's weird, because Hanjo Masamune being, possibly in Georgia in the possession of somebody who had taken it in World War II, it was rumored to be one of Masamune's finest swords and could kill demons. Same thing with there was stuff that the Solar and I had discussed. Like there was a legends in England in pre-Saxon conquest England of a crystal sword.
Oh, sick.
Yep. Sick.
And I'm like, okay, if you're looking at a blade like that, it's got to be made of something that can be sharpened, or possibly something that conducts energy very well.
Diamond,
quartz. Yeah, and
but the trick is with like stone, because that's like essentially crystal.
So if you're looking to be like the more, I would say it, Brad Pitt Troy version of things, you're looking at a high carbide steel blade that maybe had quartz bits mixed into its billet when it was being forged to give a high carbon steel to try and give it more rigidity. And then you've got this sword that shines like crystal because of what's imbued in it. Or legit, they took a giant fucking rock and turned it into a club blade. Which, I mean, if you put an edge on it, it can cut. Especially a dull sword can still cut you if they swing with a hard enough force.
That's where my thought went. I was like, how could I logistically make this work in a fantasy novel? And here's what I would do. It would legitimately be like a crystal sword, but since that's solid rock, essentially, that's what crystals are. Is they're rocks.
You're looking at the weight and hardness of the material to deliver your blow.
I would have an ogre wield it. You get an ogre
because he could have a huge chunk of it, just and crystal. It can be napped like how obsidian can be napped in that flint napping way to make blades.
And then now that you mentioned that, there's also, you could have like an orc or even a human wield a really heavy like spear. Like the tip is just really heavy, but like you could have like a metal handle that holds that crystal tip really well, and you could get like a good spear tip. It doesn't have to be a sword, for instance. Or like arrows. I don't know.
Oh no! As far as like you're looking at arrows and stuff, absolutely. Like anything that you can shape nap into a arrowhead could be used that way. And if you're looking at a fantasy setting, that's obviously how you do magic arrows.
Yeah. Crystal heads. Yeah. Different
crystals for different effects. Different spells being able to be charged into that, because you have to be able to put the spell into something. In the matrix lattice structure of a crystal.
Yep.
Allows
That's why
you
it makes
to
sense.
Store information into it, and you can even do this with computers. That is what crystal memory is.
Yeah. That's why it just straight up makes sense.
Have you ever heard of Mage the Ascension?
I've heard of it.
Okay, so it's one of the role-playing games that is really dear to me.
World of Darkness, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, World of Darkness. So it's one of the big three: Mage, Werewolf, and Vampire. And I run Mage and Vampire. My brother runs Werewolf. But
I ran Vampire at one point.
Vampire the Masquerade is a beautiful game.
It was a quick run, but I was a Nosferatu. According to the veteran players there, I played a very Nosferatu. So.
Oh yeah, no. If you're scumbaggy dealing secrets, scaring creeping people the fuck out with your
Definitely
your
creeping
ugly
people out.
way, definitely creeping
Yeah.
people out. And it's like, oh, let me tell you, I know your secrets.
Yeah.
And then sadly, you guys got hacked by the NSA in 5th edition. But I consider V5 to be hot garbage. I hate it.
I only played. It was like basically a one shot, but it was fun.
I mean, it's one of those things like V20 is still available on Drive-Thru RPG, and it's really good as far as completeness for the vampire setting. Mage 20, same way as far as the system goes. Mage is a bit different because it does have a lot of linear succession and meta plot from Ars Magica.
Yeah. Do you know Daniel P. Riley?
No. I may have. That name sounds familiar, but
if you follow him on Twitter, he's like an editor and a writer. He does the Jizadai comic, which is like John Wick, Modern Samurai. Instead of guns, it's like swords. It's awesome. But
that sounds dope.
He knows a lot about the world of darkness also, and yeah, I think you guys would get along.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. To tell him I said Swordsman, motherfucker.
So
Swordsman.
Yeah. Swordsman?
No, Kertaman is the Latin pronunciation, but because I'm from the South, and because I would be from House Flambeau, as you would say it down here, it's Swordsman, motherfucker. Swordsman is the mage duel, as it is known in the Order of Hermes, the dual arcane or Kertaman, where we are going to throw fireballs and terrible things at each other that warp reality until one of us is on the ground. And in the old days, it was backed up by this thing called the Parma Magica, which would make any spell stop just short of killing you.
See, and what I've realized from playing Vampire the Masquerade is so all the nuances that you're describing, you can just tell that this is an extremely vibrant, fleshed out world that is just, they've thought of so much, and there's so much love and passion poured into it. And I can vouch for the other side of it on the vampire side. Because like I said, it was just a one shot, but you could tell all that same nuance was there.
Yes.
So if you can learn about mages, you can learn about werewolves, and you can learn about vampires by playing this.
So if you're looking for the order of creation, this is kind of my theory that I'll go. Some of it's speculation on my part, but you have Mark Rainhagen creates Ars Magica as part of Lion Rampant Games, and its first couple editions come out, and they're running the game in-house because that's what you do back in the day, because you know, even though TSR didn't get to do it because Lorraine fucking Williams, this is why Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition doesn't feel like a complete game, because they didn't get to test as much of it as they did first AD&D when Gary Gygax was running the company. Lion Rampant didn't have that problem. Mark Rainhagen let them play all day, so they were testing the product as it was coming out. So you have Ars Magica's first couple editions come out, and I believe they had their stuff happen with Mistridge. The meta plot of Mage starts with Ars Magica era stuff and the fall of the Mistridge Covenant to the Order of Reason. So Ars Magica, of course, also had in that era House Tremere, their goal assignment from the conclave, the orders of the houses of Hermes, was to find a way to make the immortality potions go back to working, because that elixir was no longer working because of the scourge, because of the Order of Reason. So the Tremere became vampires. Vampire the Masquerade only exists because of that in-house game of Ars Magica that whoever was playing the Tremere at the time decided to go mess around with vampire blood, and Mark Rainhagen had to create lore for that. All of those notes ended up into the first edition of Vampire the Masquerade. So this is also why Werewolf seems disjointed from the rest of the World of Darkness, because Werewolf was completely written in-house by White Wolf. It does not have a tie to Ars Magica like Vampire does through House Tremere, being Clan Tremere, because they devoured Nosferatu, they devoured Zamitz, they devoured Gangrel until they got enough blood in them as essentially mock-up vampires to go eat Saulot. And once they consumed Saulot's heart's blood and diablerized him and consumed his soul, began the war inside Tremere's body between Tremere and Saulot. Technically, Saulot won, kicked Tremere out of his body. Tremere goes into Goratrix's body. Goratrix kicks Grimgroth out of his body, and Grimgroth gets turned into an ashtray in Stygia. A fitting end for the absolute traitor-ass bastard who let the technocracy take Mistridge. Because the cannons didn't work until the magical barriers fell, and then Mistridge Covenant was no more. And this started the events of the first Cabal, which I believe was player characters in the White Wolf Studio that they then fleshed out into the meta plot, and this became the first edition of Mage the Ascension. Right. So Werewolf is the odd man out. It is completely disjointed. Your cosmology is different. And the whole part of the triad experience, the wild, the weaver, and the worm, it does try to tie it all together, but you can tell it was written after the fact.
Right. And these are three branches of immortality, too.
Yeah, whereas the lore for werewolf, for vampire and mage is a bit more intertwined.
Right.
Now, this is all, of course, old World of Darkness, not
right.
Because I've run both sets. Like I've run Vampire the Requiem. I did that as a live action game at a comic store that's no longer in existence now. But I ran that game for about 1.5 years, and we got up to 30 players concurrently, to where that was how many people were showing up. I had to recruit educators, and like there were 2 STs. I was one of them. A guy named Barry was the other lead ST. And I started out as just a player in this game. ST standing for storyteller. So in the World of Darkness system, your DM or your GM, your game master, is called the storyteller. And this is normally supposed to rotate in troop style play, to where one person, everybody makes their main character, and then everybody else will play like your supporting cast whenever it's your episode, and the storyteller role will pass around. This is how first edition Vampire, how Wraith, and first edition Mage were meant to run, because that was how Ars Magica works.
I approve of that. I like the idea of a rotating DM. I always have. My play group was dabbling with that a little bit in the final weeks of me playing D&D.
You can check that out as far as the World of Darkness goes. So like if you got a group together, everybody makes a mage or makes a vampire, and then like everybody else is playing like your ghouls and other things that are with you, and then your storyteller plays your NPCs of the city. And if you rotate like that as storyteller, one of your things is coming up with like the episode of what's happening, like, and you can pull from like the meta plot or something. Like for me, I've been a forever DM. It's just how it works. Luckily, I am not, all a forever DM right now. And the fact that I've got a couple of friends from Kentucky are still keeping in contact with me, and we have a Discord D&D game that I play with them. And then I'm in Ash Worlds, which is an open table run by at Liberty for All, Command Post Gaming on Twitter. He runs a Star Wars game in West End Star Wars D6 system. It is super fun. In that one, I'm playing Captain Vanson Careel, the pilot, Corellian smuggler, and knife fighter.
Wait, are you talking about Armada?
No. We're using West End Games Star Wars D6 second edition.
I think I've heard of that.
It's super good. Like I've played 3 different editions of Star Wars RPGs. I've played D20 Star Wars by Wizards of the Coastal. I've played Saga Edition Wizards of the Coast D20 Star Wars, and I've played Star Wars D6. Star Wars D6 seems to me to be the best one for if you wanted to adapt expanded universe stories or anything else to the system.
Okay.
The D20 games are restricted to what you have in those books. Whereas
that's the universal thing about D6s.
Yeah, so the D6 system is really interesting. You have like your stats, and then you have like dice and pips. So you can have like, you know, in my example for my character, I have a dexterity of 4 dice plus 1 pip. So like you roll 4d6 plus and add 1 to it, and that's your result for whatever dexterity roll you're doing. You know, so in addition to that, I have different skills that are below that, like blasters or melee weapons, you know, that add to that. Like for that character, my highest rolls are melee combat and starship piloting.
Yeah.
So hold on, baby, we're almost done.
The D6 system is open game license, and there are several others that are like that. Like, I'm sure you've heard of GURPS, as I call it, the generally unplayable role playing system, just because it's so open. It takes so long to make a GURPS character, but you can do anything in GURPS, legit anything.
Yeah.
Interesting. I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's like the universal.
It is literally the universal role-playing system. There's a GURPS expansion for nearly everything, and with the right background traits, you can make a character. Like, the people joke about combat wheelchair. No, you can make scary combat wheelchair, man, with like rocket pods and all kind of Gundam crazy shit that happens with all the disadvantage points you get from being completely crippled, blind, mute, paraplegic. It's like, okay, yeah, now my psychic powers activate, and I turn into Voltron.
Yeah, basically.
Our son is gonna keep whining, so we should actually probably wrap it up.
Why don't you
go? We made it over. This is our longest one we've ever done.
Yeah,
really.
It'll be about 4 hours and 20 minutes when we're all done. Yeah. So why don't you?
You're welcome to come on anytime, and if you ever want to do a watch worthy too, it's like. Briefly, that's about it.
Yeah.
Or these casual, where we just talk, whatever's cool with us.
Yeah, the watchworthy, we swim through the oily, greasy ocean of TikTok and pick out cool videos to watch.
See, I haven't done any TikTok.
It's more relaxed than this one. You wouldn't have to be required to constantly go back and forth conversing. For example, we just chill and watch some videos. That would be that's the watchworthy that she mentioned.
Okay. Just let me know. I mean, my schedule should start to open up more even as I get closer to May, because there's 3 weeks between end of spring term and beginning of summer term. So it'd be good to I've enjoyed the conversation so far, and I hope I haven't been too stuttery and boring for everybody.
No, not at all, brother.
Yeah, so we basically do open invites. So if you ever see us posting, we might just not even say anything about having a guest too. But if you see us posting and we're going to go live, just ask for a link if you feel like coming on. It's basically open invite to all of our friends and previous guests always. So
all right. Well, I appreciate that. It was cool seeing Kahuna. I'll probably take a look at his page on Twitter here soon too. And because that story he was talking about, going from cyberpunk to ghost story in the South Pacific, I would really like to see that. That sounds like some hot sauce stuff. And if you want to send me, let me check out what you've got written, AC. I will check it out and tell you what I think. I will go ahead and say, when it comes to fantasy of that nature, if there's it's the Robert E. Howard fan in me. The exotic locales, travel and adventure. If you've got that, send it on. I like that shit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of different cultures and like ancient things. So in history. So I decided to create this historical figure in my world, and I had to get them there, so to speak,
Right.
to the point where they change history. Yeah, it's a contained story from start to finish of how this person happens.
Okay.
And basically by the end of the story, it's gonna allow me to have a whole series of stories following this figure. But in the meantime, I decided I also have my spin-off series, which is essentially short stories within the world of arcade. You know what I mean? Like
No, that's good.
like Twilight Zone, like
Mhm.
type stuff. Except
That's
it's
how,
other historical events, basically.
yeah, that's how kind of like I would say that's how Lovecraft did it. Is vignettes, short stories in the same kind of developed universe that tie together. I'm doing a
Yeah.
similar thing in the Technocratic Nightmare world. Essentially, Grandma moves in as the first story, and then there's the adventures of Jesse Zhang and his miscreant gang of motorcycle thieves and that set of stories. So one of the taglines I used to have on my Twitter was, in a cyberpunk dystopia, tilting at windmills is sane behavior.
Mhm. Yeah.
So if you look at Don Quixote as an example, you're going to start to see more of that as people lash out against a technocratic world that leaves them behind. You will start to see Don Quixote charge at windmills again, because those windmills do power giants. They just happen to be the heads of mega corporations.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the concept that the Jesse Zhang stories are going to explore.
Hell yeah. That's awesome, brother. Why don't you go ahead and tell those listening where they can find you?
So,
and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at Zonny Silverhand. On YouTube, I'm on Will Martin Writes. And I also dropped you a link. You can include that in the description. I sent you a message with it. And Streamlabs of my Ko-Fi, since they are pretty cool about not banning people for wrongthink. So you can support my work there, and also find other links to my other stuff there. And as far as the outfit that I write for is Bizarchives. You can find them on Twitter at the Bizarchives or thebizarchives.com. And that's where you can get BZA 6, which is a new release. And then we're going to have other stuff coming out here soon, too.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll go check them out. You'll have to tell them that the Pritchard pub says what's up.
Will do.
That's your own little pub you got going on over there. So. Well, thanks for coming on. You're always welcome. Maybe we'll get you on a Watchworthy in the near future here, if things work out.
Yep. You guys have a good one.
Oh yeah, it was nice meeting you. Sorry that I had so much shit going on, was absent, but I'm glad you guys chilled.
Life can be chaos, but it was a good stream overall. It'll be great to talk to you guys again soon.
Hell yeah. Take it easy. Take care.
Have a good one, brother.
Yes, I mean.
Have a good night, everyone. I am not a butt.